Hey everyone. Welcome to my stream today. Just gonna kind of push some stuff out on the socials while you people are all witnessing the pre-roll on Twitch, if that's your thing. And where are we here? Sorry, just a second. Come say hi in the chat if you're here. Hey. Yeah. Now this is another fun week. Let's see if I can get the socials going. Maybe. Yeah, let's just find this. This was actually kind of fun. I wasn't sure what I was going to do for a cover for the stream, and I thought it would be kind of fun to do like a... right, I don't need that link. We are live with Matthew Phillips. All right, there we go. Tweet. Discord. General. Hopefully people are getting past that pre-roll on Twitch. I don't even know if I want to push Twitch anymore. It's kind of funny. I signed up to be an affiliate and now I'm kind of like regretting it, kind of. I don't know. I don't really care about the money. Hey, good. Some people joining on. Hello. Yeah, hey. Finally a CSS stream. Yeah, this is what you've been waiting for, right? Stream all on CSS. Yeah, no, this is fun because as you all know, like I love to talk about JavaScript frameworks and declarative data structures and all that, all the fun stuff. And we've kind of been going for a while, I guess, on a certain pattern. I'd say I mean, people know how solid looks like React, but it's more than just solid looks like React. Like, it predates React. We've been kind of like on this trend ever since we kind of got into single page app land, really. And at a certain point, you got to kind of like question, like, are we doing all we could? Like, is this the only way of doing things? Right? Like, you can't deny the benefits and the positive, pieces. Well, I don't think you can deny it, that kind of come through the approach and the developer experiences we've been building. But, quite often I find like I'm looking to some kind of technology and then, I think that we're as far as we can get. And then you find some older, maybe slightly different technique and it completely changes the game. That's how I felt about reactivity. It's how I felt about like streaming and partial hydration stuff from Marco. So I think there's a lot of opportunities here to learn different stuff to kind of challenge our preconceptions of like how these things should work. Is my audio coming fine? Something just doesn't sound right for me. Just a second. Give me 2 seconds here. System preferences. Where am I? Sound. Good. Input. Yeah, okay, yeah. I don't know. It's fine. It's just me. CSS is fine-grained reactivity. Hey. Yeah. The audio's fine? Okay, yeah. So I'm just being hyper paranoid about nothing. Okay. Well, that's it's all good. Yeah. So I've seen some people coming from Twitch, which means you all have gone past the pre-roll, I'm assuming. Actually, I got one more Discord share that I want to do before we get started, just to maximize it. Lunch Dev is really cool Discord. A lot of people who work on who are content creators themselves. So I like getting that in there. So I'm just gonna drop that in. Starting now. How long can Ryan just ramble to himself, right? That's the question. Well, always a bit longer. If any of you caught my last 6-hour stream, I'm hoping not to go that long this time. Even if there's no sushi dinner incentive at the end. All right, here we go. On the road, joining mobile. Cool. Hey. All right. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So we can. I think I've wasted enough time pre-roll. This is why people who like put on good shows actually like have like a nice pre-roll screen where like, it's got like some kind of animation and me looking really smart or something, and some cool music playing in the background. It's a lot less awkward than what I'm doing right now. All right. Cool. Okay. I think I've bleeded out enough time. Okay. So, anyways, today the plan is to, as I said, look at another new approach. To I say new, but like there's elements of it that feel old, and we'll talk a bit about that. But like a different approach to how we approach. How should I put it? Making interactive JavaScript applications. So I think this is really exciting, and fortunately we're going to have Matthew Phillips on, who, as many know, is the maintainer of Astro, and he wrote a new JavaScript library framework. I can never tell the distinction these days. That kind of really challenges the common thinking of how we're building stuff these days. So, I mean, I think that's pretty cool. I think you all will think that's pretty cool. So be sure to be active in the chat. Let's ask questions. Let's keep these things rolling. We'll do some talk. We'll do some code demos, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So let's welcome Matthew onto the stream. Okay? Welcome, Matthew.
Hello. How's it going?
It's going great. Very good. I think I managed to kill all the pre-roll timing, and we're going to actually get we got some people in here now. So how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Doing fantastic.
That's awesome. For those who are less familiar with you, maybe you could just start by telling us a little bit about yourself and what you do.
Matthew Phillips. I work for...
Oh, weird. Your audio just dropped, I think, unless it's just me. It was like good, and then it just dropped. Oh, sound gone. Is all sound gone, or just for Matt? Yeah, okay, yes, so you can hear me. Okay. Yeah, it's just you. It's funny. We did the sound check ahead of time. I just testing the mute, unmute. Yeah, say something? No. Just dropped off. Weird. Okay. That's fun. See, this is because Matthew also enjoys my rambling at the beginning. So we can. Oh, yeah, I hear something.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. Good. We're back. Yeah. Weird.
Whatever. Computers. All right. Cool. Yeah. So work for Astro. Work on the Astro framework. I've been in framework world for a very long time. I used to work for Batovi, who they built CanJS. I don't know if you remember that, but it was kind of a little bit before React became popular. It was kind of its heyday. Worked on that for quite a long while.
CanJS was if I remember right, it was kind of reactive too, right? Was it kind of like Knockout a little bit? Yeah.
It was if you took the reactivity of Knockout and it was kind of I like to think about it. It was kind of like Backbone plus. It had a lot of it was very Backbone-like, but the views were reactive.
Okay.
So yeah, worked on that for a while. Came to work with Fred on Skypack, so the CDN layer. Pretty soon after I joined, we started playing around with the Astro idea, what became Astro. Basically, we were just trying to find a way to bring the power, kind of what at the time what we saw Skypack being as this hosting platform for code. First as a CDN for your libraries, but eventually your own code could run there. And kind of one of the ideas we were playing around with is that, what if we hosted your code? If you're a Snowpack user, our idea was if you're a Snowpack user, we could compile this thing. We know what your application is like. At build time, we can kind of optimize this. And so one of our ideas is what if what if you could put components, you're already building stuff with components. What if in your HTML, you put your components there? We could enable partial hydration that way. So it's kind of one angle that Astro came from was this idea of this kind of a hosting provider thing. That's kind of... Yeah.
I've always wondered about that because it sounds like you were with Fred almost from the beginning of what became the Astro company, because Skypack was the first thing, right? And then Snowpack, and then Astro came a bit later. I never quite understood how those all tied together, but I guess there is actually some kind of thinking that.
So yes, Fred raised money on Pika,
Okay.
which Pika was a way to like build libraries essentially, and then Snowpack kind of came from that. He worked on that. I wasn't part of that. Skypack came next, and that's when I joined around Skypack. Yes, yeah, it kind of. I think Fred was thinking about static site generation before that because when he was working on the Snowpack docs that they were built in 11D, and
Right.
I think he didn't. I don't want to speak for him, but as I recall, he didn't really like nunchucks. So I think he was kind of thinking about a different a
Right.
different language for static site generation even before Astro. But anyways, yeah, Astro kind of spun out of Skypack in a way as well. We were like, what do we do next? Like, let's actually host people's files. Well, how do we do that? Well, maybe Snowpack users would like to have a host, and they became a static site generator instead. So that's how
Yeah.
we got here.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Yeah, sorry. The Skypack was something that's funny. I never actually talked to Fred about, and now I'm thinking all about it because, yeah, I mean, there's been a few of those like code CDNs out there. What Unpackage and a couple others, and Skypack felt really fresh at the time. I remember like when it first went up, it had like metrics to say like how modern your framework was, and like people were trying to get 100% on that, and it was one of the first one of those what I call them code CDNs or whatever that actually that I could use with Solid. I'd built Solid all on modern technology, and then Unpackage just like was like nope.
Yeah.
And it was pretty cool. Like I we don't talk about Skypack as much anymore, and I'm not to hijack the whole thing. I'm just curious, like where that end up? It just where's that at?
Yeah. I don't know. I think I don't. I better not say too much. I think we've been thinking about where to take Skypack next, and we'll see. I mean, Skypack was cool because it built the library, so you didn't have to work because like with Unpackage, at least at the time, you had to you had to pre-build it, so it really only hosted files, which is good in some respects. But Skypack was cool because it actually built everything with Snowpack. But yes, Snowpack is deprecated, and Skypack is like using Snowpack, and that's kind of an issue. So
Right.
yeah, I mean we're focused on Astro, I guess.
Makes sense. And yeah, as you said, Astro came on the scenes as a static site generator, and which is interesting because it's become much more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm trying to tie this together a bit because essentially, so Astro's doing static site generation, working on stuff like SSR, pushing things forward. Was it sometime while working with Astro that you kind of were like came up with the idea for Corset or that?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if they're directly related, other than like, obviously, like working in this stuff makes you think about these things. But I've had this, like not the idea of Corset, but I've always had this like kind of, I don't know, this dislike of the way that frameworks work, in the fact that they couple the back end and the front end. I've never liked. I always found myself in the past, like if I like start a new project, I would tell myself, all right, don't like just use something off the shelf. Like I want to focus on this app I'm building. I don't want to like get into the weeds of like building a library, but I always wind up building a library anyways because I'm like annoyed by something. Yeah. And so I would kind of fluctuate between like, all right, I'm gonna use something like super declarative, like Preact or something like that, and that's great until like something I didn't like, right? And then they're like, all right, screw it, I'm just gonna go like full vanilla, like do everything from scratch, like best possible performance, like all that, and that's cool. Like I know how to do that pretty well, but obviously, just everything takes a lot longer doing it that way. So you're just not actually very productive. So yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, because like I guess you were already in this zone and thinking about it even like at the beginning when you were making Astro and stuff. But like for a lot of people, I feel like so locked in single page app world for so long. It's the last year or so has been kind of a like, oh, what else is out there kind of thing.
Yeah.
We're starting to see the kind of the cracks or whatever, like, and it's interesting because as I've been talking to a lot of people who've been working on a lot of these newer projects on the side, this is something that's actually sat with them for several years, just like kind of watching things evolve and be like, okay, we could do something else maybe,
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've always like built like what I would call websites. Like that's like any like side project of mine is always something that's multi-page. It's something where like I'm showing information is the main thing. Like I never built like I'm not building Slack on the side or anything like that. So
Right.
I've always been, I think, thinking about the problems of websites more so than apps. So like the single page app model has just never been a great fit for that. So that's one reason why it's just, like I said, bothered me for a long time.
Right. No, yeah. And I mean, I think it's great now that people are listening and actually checking this kind of stuff out. So let's I'm going to actually share my screen for 2 seconds here. And let's actually, where is it? Oh yeah, here we go. Corset, the library. What is Corset? Maybe you can just speak to it to kind of give us a high level of what it is that we're talking about today.
In its essence, Corset is a library that's very much like Vue and React and Solid. Its job is to allow you to bind to the DOM your JavaScript to the DOM. Right? It kind of acts as a bridge between JavaScript, the JavaScript that you're running, and DOM. Now, what's unique about Corset is that it's not template based. Well, I say template. Maybe you know a better word because people think when I say template,
they get offended.
Yeah, it's JSX a template. Yeah, no.
And the other time, I think I once called. I didn't know what to call like the other side, like the Vue or Svelte templates, and I just like string templates or whatever. Like, and then people got like super offended about that too, and I was just like, they're like, call it custom DSL, and I'm okay. Well, is JSX a custom DSL? Like, it's silly. Anyways, sorry, tangent, but yeah.
No, I don't like the strings because sometimes I see that influencer types saying string template, and I'm like, that's not really been. I don't know, like it's its own language. Like that really has not been true for a very long time. Like Backbone was string templates. Like it was literally just concatenation, but that hasn't been true for quite a long time.
I didn't know what else to call them. Like I guess one of the shift happened is when people went from parsing it at runtime to ahead of time, because like you know what I mean, like knock out data bind like inside the HTML, and then you had like even like I guess some of the like Vue one time period when people are using that, they were like it's interesting because Vue's current compiled syntax still has throwbacks to that, but like yeah, I mean the way they work now is like very different, and like if someone I can understand why Rich, when someone called like Svelte a string template, that'd be like it's not really any different than JSX or anything. You have full JavaScript capability in those expressions, and it's not quite the same thing.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So Corset is a string template, I guess you could say. Except what makes get back to template. Yeah, JSX is not a template. Sometimes I've said like XML shaped, declarative XML shaped, but people don't like that either because XML is slightly different from HTML. It's really like HTML shaped declarative syntax, like templating, whatever it is.
Right.
So that's the major difference with Corset is that it is intended to be like CSS, where instead of saying the shape of the thing to produce, you say what it is that you want to bind to. So you kind of skip the layer of like describing the look of the thing and just go directly to the parts that you want to modify.
Yeah, this like just absorbing it from the example right here on the landing page, because it's a little different. I've seen some like hybrid approaches where like they don't put very much in the HTML, and then you get like something in the JavaScript, and it's almost like jQuery-esque where you just have identifiers and pull it out. This HTML, like I can't tell that there's any framework or like any. There's not, yeah. It's like it is just the HTML. There is no semblance of that there's anything else going on here or any pieces that hook into it. That is all handled on this side.
Yeah, so that's the key thing is that, Corset is 100% does not care whatsoever what your backend is. Like, you can use handwritten HTML, you can use Cold Fusion or PHP, or it doesn't matter. Like React, it does not matter like what produces your HTML. Corset is only a front end library framework that upgrades your HTML. That was kind of the key thing. Like when I was thinking about this problem, I was like, because forever I was, I kind of just felt like the only way to do declarative was with templates. I never even had it in my head that you could do it you could possibly do it another way. I think when I actually decided to start working on this project, it usually comes out of like some side project, these ideas. And one thing I don't like about like the traditional hydration approach is the fact that like you have to replay your app in the browser. You gotta do it on the server. You gotta shove the JSON into a blob in your HTML somewhere, and then you just gotta replay it, which stinks.
Yeah, definitely.
So what I always wanted was like the data is already in the DOM. Like I think in an ideal world, and we'll kind of get into how, Corset doesn't solve this, but this is kind of one of its aims is that like the DOM should be really the source of your data. And the way I think about Corset is like you have like, you do like concentric circles where you have like your state that you have in JavaScript and the state that's in the DOM, and like those overlap, right?
Yeah.
They're like you always have some state in JavaScript that's not in the DOM. Yeah. Assuming, go for it.
Yeah.
Assuming your server side rendering and not just, oh shit, hold on. My headphones are like also hooked up to like, I don't know, my phone or something, and like if I tap it, it starts playing music. I hope you can't hear that.
No. The audience is saved from that.
Okay.
DOM
so
state.
there's DOM state and there's JavaScript state.
Okay. Am I drawing this right?
Yeah, sure. Like this is not about Corset. This is just the reality, right? Like,
yeah.
Assuming you're doing SSR at least, if you're just doing purely client, then I guess you could say that all DOM state derives from JavaScript state, and they're the same. But if you're doing SSR, you're going to render some stuff that you never have to touch again in the client. Now it might still be in the client, I guess, with like like in React or something.
Right. I mean,
server components.
Right. I mean, this all comes down to like we've been told for a while that view equals function of state.
Yes.
And view equals function of state basically is like right out the bat saying that it's not this. It's like this is like where my drawing skills get put to the test. That view as a function of state basically is more like, I mean, it's not necessarily that it's a subset, but that it should be derived from it. So it's like, it's like, I don't even know a good drawing of it, but that this should actually completely, the JS state should encompass all the DOM state and it should be kept in sync. But the reality is this has a problem because this implies that you need all this JavaScript.
You can't derive the view until you already have the JavaScript, right? It's like what I think you really want is you want them to like be able to, you want state to flow both ways, and that's really what I want to achieve with Corset. It's one of the things I want to achieve is that allowing state to flow in both directions. Because what you really want to do is you want when you render your server, like it contains like most of the state that you need to resume. So why not just pull it straight out of the DOM rather than having to get it back in the JavaScript first.
All right. See, this is me illustrating while Matthew talks. So
So Corset in this case, like the sheet, the DSL is the thing that sets kind of in the middle. And you'll see some of the warts that's come from me with my JavaScript background, and when I started working on this, and like even this example, like the count is in JavaScript, right? Like it's not actually pulling it from the DOM here. So I need to fix this example at some point. But we don't start with 0 from the DOM. If let's say we rendered 20 or something, right?
Right.
Well, we're starting from 0 because JavaScript is actually the source of truth here, and not the DOM.
Right. But just very quickly, so people I know we'll probably like build something and do some example, but just so I can quickly grok what I'm seeing in this example, it looks like these are class selectors like I'd find with CSS.
Right.
So this means counter, which is this. So this refers to this div.
Yes.
And then count is going to be down here where the strong is, where our actual count is, and the increment and decrement are associating to the buttons. So this is how we find the stuff, and then there is. I'm just going to try and explain it from what I see. Counter. Okay, so we have counter. I actually haven't looked at Corset. So dash count dash inc and dash deck. Those are usually CSS variables, but in this case, there's something else. Okay, maybe this is as far as I can go. What am I looking at?
I mean, they are not CSS variables. Obviously, it's not CSS, but they are variables. It's the same way. So what we're doing here is we're setting count on the counter, and then whenever we want to use that in any nested DOM, you can just refer to it using var. So one of the major differences of Corset is that it's property based. So all on the left hand side of the declaration. So so for some CSS terminology, like the selector there is called a role, and each key value there is a declaration. So they have the property name and then you have the property value.
Okay.
So what's happening on the right hand side is that we are getting the var, which is the count, and setting it to the text. So one thing that's really cool, we can talk about this later, but one thing I really like about Corset is that its properties map directly to like DOM API calls, a little better in my opinion than templating frameworks. Like one problem with XML shaped or HTML shaped is that you only have 2 dimensions, right? You have attributes and you have children.
Yeah.
And so we have to shove events and attributes and props all within that, right? And then there's various things people do. But what's really nice about Corset is that it's lower level, at least in that regard, is that you can directly set an attribute, and that's just a set attribute call. Text is just text content call. A prop is just setting a property on an object.
So these what we call them property names are specific Corset identifiers, which basically inform like this is a text, like replace the text.
Yes.
This is an event handler. Yeah.
Those all have special meaning. Those are event handlers. Yeah.
Gotcha. And then and then something like event takes the event name and the
callback.
Yeah, the callback, which is something that So you basically declare all your variables, including your functions and stuff. Kind of, it makes sense. I'm sure you could actually distribute it, but it makes sense for this case. Like, be like, okay, this is my component, so to speak, and then be like, here's all the data. Like, so here's the data. Here's the data manipulation. Here's the event handlers, and then here you can like, okay, find the count, bind it to the text. Find the increment button, set the click event to that handler, decrement to that handler, and look, this is pretty cool. You could actually disable toggle the disabled attribute based on what the count is. Okay.
Yeah.
I think people are.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just say I think I follow along. People in the chat, you guys following along? There's some comments here. Let me see here. Actually, this looks like a fairly smart approach. How's the CSS story? That's funny. I guess they're wondering how do you do CSS and CSS?
You don't do CSS. No. This does not. I mean, you can set style attributes. You can toggle classes. That's how you do CSS, I guess, is what I would say. Um, could be used for a substitute for jQuery.
jQuery.
In this sense. Yeah, sure. That's perfect use case for it.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, like values are, you can put values anywhere. So you could put those functions directly where the var is used. Obviously, I wanted to show the power of variables in this case, but those values could be anywhere. I think a lot of times in CSS, you kind of group your variables and kind of in a specific selector and then use them. It's just a little bit cleaner to write it that way, I think. But yeah, just to be clear, like once you have a value in a variable, you can do anything with it. You can like use it here. You can derive new values from variables. That's one of the cool things about CSS variables is like they are a reactive primitive naturally, right? Like CSS variables are reactive. So using CSS as the basis for this DSL is like, I didn't have to invent, every framework has, Svelte has the dollar syntax and Svelte stores, and you have signals, and React has hooks, and like you have to invent these reactive primitives where you kind of get that at least the compute primitive.
Right.
In CSS
well, or another way of looking at this is CSS is a purely declarative language, which means that any relationship has to hold through time, like it is reactive in that sense. And that's actually the whole freaking challenge on the reactive side. I mean, I talk about this, people who follow my stream, they know that. It's like JavaScript is not declarative. It's like all our UI frameworks are trying to like add these declarative levels, and even if we're using runtime or compilers or whatever, we're like kind of morphing the language like for our purposes to try and make it more declarative, where this is just like, look, the DSL is declarative. You don't have to worry about losing reactivity because it can't. It's literally the language. And similar, like I don't know if you seen any of the work we've been doing with Marco recently. It's an HTML language where everything is HTML or XML tags, even the state. Yeah. And in that sense, it's because of the mechanism. I mean, we had to introduce a little bit of a mechanism there, but because of how strictly like the syntax is, like it has to be declarative. There's no because there's no way to it not to be. You don't have to worry about a whole degree of problem like hook rules or losing reactivity when you access it in the wrong place. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that's the challenge. Like that's the benefit of like what you're doing is that you have the full power of a general purpose programming language like right there. But the problem is to like actually compile that or to do whatever you need to do. Like you have to subset that. Like hooks is the same way. Even though hooks is not there's no compilation there, but like the rule of hooks, you have to follow the rule of hooks. It's basically the same thing, right?
Yeah. I always pull the analogs, right? Because like there's so many similarities, and I like what we do quite often on this stream or channel is we look at all the frameworks and do comparison. This is why I was really excited to talk about this, because in one sense, this is like when I like playing Extreme. Like we did a stream about 2 weeks ago, all on Marco's syntax, and showed like how like the language constrained, but at the same time it was incredibly powerful. This is a little bit different, but so in some ways this is very different than anything I've ever shown on stream. But on the other way is like this isn't so far of a stretch for people could picture what those benefits would look like and what it could mean for authoring. So that's why I think it's really interesting, because maybe this idea that we're like someone's like here we go in chat, this is sorcery. Maybe it's not. Maybe this is like not that far of a natural extension to the conversations we've been having here. So I think it's interesting for sure.
I mean, you think about like the problem I think we're all trying to solve, which is like how do you make HTML progressive? Like, well, CSS already is that. Like, CSS is, a layer on top of HTML.
Right.
And the templating approach forces a layer underneath HTML that then also has to be the same layer on top of it. But CSS already kind of has this, right? Like, CSS doesn't care how you render your HTML. Like, it grabs the parts that it needs, and it gives your DOM element shape and color and all that stuff. And like, the idea of Corset is like, I want to be that, but instead of giving it shape and color, instead of styling it, it binds to it. It allows it to morph it over time to be that kind of layer for it.
No, that's really cool. Okay, so, and this is already coming up in chat because and you probably get this every time you show someone this demo. They're like, or like this kind of example. They're like, "That's pretty cool." Now, how do do a for loop?
Yeah.
What is what else can we do with this? Because there's a lot of questions that kind of come in because like it seems powerful, it seems simple on the surface, but maybe we should get into a little bit more involved example. Just reading chat,
Okay.
sorry.
Yeah, we can do for loops. As far as I'm aware, there's no capabilities. Corset is like early-ish development. Like let's say like do not rewrite your company's apps in Corset. There are performance issues which we can talk about. The performance characteristics of Corset are like very different from traditional frameworks because it's like an inversion of how frameworks work in a way.
Yeah.
But anyways, there's lots of bugs, but conceptually, there's not anything that you can really do. The only thing you can't do in Corset is you can't like modify a substring. You know how like in JSX you can target a text node, right? You can't target a text node because CSS has no selectors for text node. That's why in this example the count is a strong. So that's really the only thing is you can't like if you want to modify a substring in a text, well, you use a span is essentially what I do.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's really the only thing you can't do.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, and it's interesting. I talk to framework authors who are optimizing stuff like crazy all the time, and you might find this amusing because it's different than this, and obviously further away from like the strong span thing. But I was actually it was a discussion recently with was it Dom, a creator of Inferno, and he was actually like playing off this idea of like a new sort of JavaScript framework. Maybe I'll talk to people about that in a bit. But he was like he wanted that all text had to be in a text JSX element, so that like his compiler could be smart enough to do the thing. But it was just kind of fun. He had no qualms at all of saying that no, if you want to do text, you need to wrap it in an element, which is obviously different motivation than this. But it just kind of whenever I see stuff like that, I always kind of think about it because if anyone's used Inferno, optimized to the max, and Inferno had like stuff like $ text only child, like it had a bunch of like directives you could add to the JSX so that the compiler could optimize it, and it was like the secret hidden language. And I guess at a certain point he's like, okay, no, we're just going to say this is text. So this is kind of interesting. I know it's a little bit further away, but I mean I don't see this as actually particularly problematic. But
yeah,
anyway.
the Corset's superpower and its the downsides is all CSS. Like that is what I continue to learn over time is like the more I make it like CSS, like you get, because I always issue with abstractions is always just familiarity, right? Like that's a lot of, I would assume, Marco's problem trying to sell it is that it's a little bit different. It's not that far off. Like there's other things like what was that
Imba, yeah.
Imba? Yeah. Like that's cool, but that's a little bit further out.
Yeah.
So when I was kind of thinking about this problem, I really I came to the conclusion, and I'd love to talk about this with you, is that like I see templates as kind of a dead end in a way. There's certain problems that we can just never solve that way, and they force you down this like isomorphism thing, like you're kind of forced into it. So I just saw, at least for what the things that I care a lot about, I saw that as a dead end, and so I knew, I was like, well, we need a different DSL. We need something different. And so at first I was like, well, I was thinking something completely different, but that's really, really hard to sell. So anyways, Corset targets CSS because people already know CSS. It's very familiar.
Yeah, and that familiarity is such a huge benefit. And to your other point, it's interesting. This is what I've been commenting on, especially in my articles the last few months. I keep on going like we're getting to a point where we're fighting JavaScript, we're fighting templating so hard with our compilers. Like if you ever listen to Mishko Hevery talk about Quick, he just goes on about like how he has to do all this work to undo the closures of JavaScript. And like break apart the
Imagine.
components and like just basically what we're doing these days in frameworks, and it's not limited to Quick. Marco 6 is like right up there on that. And if you look at it, it's partially even an extension of some of the fine-grained reactivity stuff I've been doing with Solid, is trying to author like React and then output like jQuery. Like that's like what we're doing. Like we're letting people like all like make the components and all that, but what we're trying to do is like fine-grained updates and like no components that have to run the component once, maybe only on the server, only ship the code you need to do those fine-grained updates. And to do all that stuff, you have to like unwrap all the closures and do all this kind of crazy stuff. And it's interesting if the authoring experience can get closer to the output, you have less complication, like less concern about like abstraction leaks. I think that's one of the hardest things, because in a sense a compiler is like the equalizing effect, like the way of kind of getting around that. But at a certain point, every framework, every library has escape hatches, because you need to give people flexibility to do what they need to do. And I am very concerned when those escape hatches get far enough that people can't recognize the underlying model. In fact, yeah. My hot take is that's what the problem is with use effect, because people like in React, because what people use like effects in reactive libraries all the time, like in Svelte or Solid, and no one complains about it. Like they're just like, okay, and that's because the model and the rendering model is like rendering is a side effect. We have some pure reactive derived state, and then you render a side effect. But in React, the rendering is pure, and use effect is like an example of where you have to like blow a hole through the abstraction, and people no longer recognize what's on the other side. That's my hot take, but I'm we're here for your hot takes, not just my hot takes. I do this every week.
I like that one. I have some thoughts on use effect. Sometimes I wonder, like, I go like too far with things, I think, in my head. Like I see these problems as like fundamental component architecture itself is bad, and like maybe we shouldn't be using components at all. Like that's how far I go with these things.
Right.
But that's probably too far. But yeah, that's one thing that worries me with the compiler approach is this, like, what happens when you need to debug? Like, maybe I'm the last person in the world that like pulls up an inspector and looks at stuff, but like I do that all the time. I'm just curious, like with something that's a compiler approach, like I stick a debugger and like what am I even looking at? Is it even with source maps? I can't imagine, what that is.
Yeah, I mean, this is, and here's the interesting part, and I think, again, I love this kind of conversation, and I'm everyone in the chat knows I love these kind of conversations, so that we get sidetracked all the time, and we're all good. But is that, my theory is, while this is interesting, and you see how this fits into a Corset as well, but while declarative systems generally are easier to reason about, they're much harder to debug. Like essentially, as you go off more declarative, you're trying to tell people like to describe what something is, rather than how to do it. So at that point, we've lost the how largely.
Yeah, it's the inversion of control issue, right?
Right. So
is that the right term? I think so.
Probably, yeah. So I'm thinking like what's happening is like, yeah, I mean it's the same extent of the example I was giving before with React, right? Like their mechanism is getting, if it's a React gets a compiler that looks like Svelte, you're like getting even further from what the actual runtime mechanism is from the declarative. And the answer could be just like make a better abstraction, never show people the cracks.
No leaks. Yeah.
But I mean, and Dan pretty much said as much, because I actually asked him he had one of those, like Danny Roth had one of those like ask me anything. That was my question for him, because like everywhere I look,
think I saw that.
Yeah, everywhere I look,
he thinks the abstraction needs to go further, right?
Yeah, exactly. And he's like,
I think he's right, because like maybe it's what I do for my job, but like isomorphism is like this constant agitation in my brain. And like the only way I can think to like fix the problems of isomorphism is by just fully abstracting. You know, just isomorphism is essentially like, we take the server and the client and we make them look the same. You like to say the one app model, but there's lots of leaks within that. There's like very small leaks, which is like, undefined is not a function, or window is not defined, or whatever. And then there's bigger leaks even like within that. There's stuff like, a lot of libraries are not written to run on a server, and you try to run on a server and you run into issues, or and then what you do is you try to patch the server to be more like the client most of the time.
Yep.
But there's always leaks. There's like, you try to use fetch, and like in the browser, you can use fetch/API. We can't do that on the server. You have to give it the domain, all that kind of stuff.
It's why we have meta frameworks. This is really, really complicated. And that's why like we're getting to a point right now where people are like, yeah, you can't use React SSR really without Next or Remix or and Svelte's like, this is important enough that we want SvelteKit to be like the way. And SolidStart, we took a similar thing. Like whether we're doing client or server, just like this is too many details for people to wrap their head around. We need to actually take care of it for them. And this is part of that complexity. I lived during like I was a developer for doing .NET through the 2000s, and I watched like something that seemed like started from something relatively simple like PHP-esque, get to the most colossal big blob of like terrible, like, because at a certain point we started doing like all these partial updates and like to improve performance, and we're serializing all this data back and forth. It was an isomorphic model. It was a server-based isomorphic model, but you'd write all your code in C# or whatever, and then it would generate the JavaScript, and then all the pieces connected to each other, and like whenever you did any work, it went back to the server and serialized the state and went back and it handled this for you all automatically. But I mean, I felt like there really was a reason that when like single page apps came out, people were just like, oh my god, thank you, like jump on this ship. It was actually, it's funny now going back, because obviously there's a huge complexity and consideration when you build to scale single page apps. You have all these certain concerns around caching, state management, all this kind of stuff. But there was a time period, because of like the state of art of isomorphism on server stuff, that single page apps being like a single app that you just have in the client was a drastic simplification. And I think we're getting to a point right now where people are looking for drastic simplifications now. I mean, I'm going to credit that's a big part of Astro's success right now, is actually just like people going like, it's like WTF, like what the fuck are we doing here? Like let's get simple again. Let's just like build a website.
Yeah. So getting back to Dan's point, I think he's absolutely right, because a client is a single user. There's one person in the client, and a server handles multiple users, right? So there's always like this, like they're different worlds, and I think he's right that you really need, if you're going to fix it this way, if you're going to try to fix isomorphism, like I think you need just a completely different abstraction that just papers over all the differences. But that's not really what people are doing. People are making the server look more like the client. Like every time Dino ships something, it's like, hey, a browser API is now available, things like that. And I don't know, maybe a lot of it comes from my background in working in this space and just seeing bugs that everybody runs into. Like maybe that will succeed into like making the server so much like the client that like, the differences aren't as massive, and like they're not as a big of a problem.
Yeah, but yeah, as I said, like I like looking wide right now, because like this has been my message. I keep on telling everyone how the client JavaScript isomorphic story, how we're solving MPAs versus single page apps and static sites versus SSR, and we're all finding the solution, and it's all meeting in the middle, and we'll get. But like at the same time, the complexity is real, and we have to be very conscious of that, because like we may get there. We might not like what we see when we get there. We might like succeed and at the same time completely fail. That's what I'm always concerned about. It's not like failing in terms of being able to actually do it. I think we completely do it. It's more of like, is it actually something that's good? I mean, a lot of ideas, you try them and then you're like, oh, actually this was not a good idea. And the problem is we have to do so much. We're getting to a point where the complexity is so high that we have to do so much work, spend years of effort, let's say, to actually prove in R&D that this is even something worth doing, and then dog feed it to early, or sorry, not dog feed, wrong word, but get it out to early adopters and like try and figure out if it's viable. It's a huge investment on something that might just fall flat. That's actually kind of how I feel about all of front end right now. It's just like we're making huge bets, hoping that like if we push the solution far enough, we'll just find the right answer. That's not always the case. So
Yeah. So there's a good tweet I saw the other day. I bookmarked it, talking about this problem. They said that compilers increase complexity and decrease flexibility, which I really like that. You brought up the complexity part, but they decrease flexibility as well, right? It's like you can use a subset of the language in certain parts. And,
yeah. I mean, it's my favorite meme right now. Actually, people who saw my React Finland talk will know this one, but I showed I did the here's something kind of meme where it's like I showed solid local state and then I showed global state, just pulling the state out, and the whole kind of the flip side of the meme was I showed a svelte example and said local state, and then I was like global state, because like they do have a different mechanism for it, but if your whole world, say, is a component, then how do you express with the language what's not in the component? Like you've already like removed the language to actually describe something, and that's always the kind of risk. I mean, that's a kind of silly thing, because obviously someone can go like bring in like some external store or something, but with compilers we always like in streamlining stuff we actually cut out a lot of what we can do with it. I know. Yeah, no, it's all good. So, I mean, we could just keep on chatting about this for ages, and I think some people are into it. But I'm also seeing some questions here of not even questions, but some. Yeah, actually, I'm going to go back a little bit, but then I want to actually play with this. Fabio was mentioning that CSS. Yeah, but I was going to say CSS is kind of impossible to debug, especially with regards to performance. It's an interesting thing. This is when we're talking about the abstraction thing, right? And about declarative. I do wonder if our need. I do wonder, just before we leave this point permanently here, probably not permanently, but when we go like we regardless, we have this desire for declarativeness, right? Like there was jQuery. We remember jQuery and vanilla JavaScript. We're still trying to find DSLs and the perfect fit on the declarative side, and it seems like inevitable that there is going to be that gap. So I was talking to someone and they said, like, if you want to like revolutionize front end, revolutionize like debug and dev tools, because it was actually Jay Phelps, I think, because he basically decided that we're all designing these declarative languages, and what's going to differentiate them is how like actually like usable they are. I don't know. It's an interesting take.
No, I mean, Corset 100% has this problem, like debugging, and we might even run into it. I mean, a lot of that is just it is a DSL, so it's like language tools don't exist for this at all. So like if you forget a semicolon or something, like you might be scratching your head for a minute. But yeah, debugging that's a natural state of declarativeness. It's harder to debug because like you're no longer in control. That's why sometimes I go back to vanilla JS, because like I want to be at the bottom of the stack, right? Like I want the first thing that happens after an event it runs is my code. Declarative kind of ruins that.
Yeah, but it is interesting because we still want it, because declarative gives us like this productivity superpower where we can just like have an idea and go like, what is my idea, realize the idea, and in theory it works. It translates from like what do I want to accomplish? I'll just write down what I want to accomplish and the computer build me an app, so to speak. It's interesting.
One of the goals of Corset is to try to be I really believe in layering. Like you have your core primitives, you layer things on top of it, you layer abstractions on top until you kind of finally have the high level abstraction. One of the goals of Corset is like to try to be a layer on top of DOM and kind of limit the leap up, like just actually be a small layer.
Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think we're actually getting at the time where we should actually build something with
Okay.
Corset. What do I got here? I'm going to put up a banner so I can get a timestamp later. So we can. I said writing
Right.
Corset, but I don't know if I mean writing. I mean writing something with Corset, not actually creating Corset. So.
Do you want me to share?
Yeah, I think if you want to drive for a bit and just because I keep on getting a whole bunch of questions in chat like how do you break things apart? How do you do?
Yeah. Let's do all that stuff. So it's different, right? It's going to be different. So just
There you go.
see, so tell me if I need to blow stuff up. This is going to be a plain.
If you want to, you could probably we want to make VS Code a little bit bigger and maybe just can you like full screen the VS Code like the green like Mac window because right now we can see like
we're gonna flip back and forth to.
Got you. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
So okay, how about I know this is painful. One more size up. I should have got you to do this before.
Oh, sure.
Zoom one more. Perfect. Okay.
Yeah. I can go up as much as you want.
I feel like this is probably
right.
there. Yeah.
All right, so I think let's see. World. All right, let's go. Oh, we don't want to see that.
Here we go.
It's as vanilla as we can get. All right, so you're familiar with like the which example should be first? I'm gonna do. You've seen like the first name last name example, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Creating a full name. Let's do that. So like we have an input type equals text. We'll call it name is first. I don't know why the editor is doing that. And then, actually, let me do this. I'm gonna do this in a code pen. I think this will be better. That way you can see everything at the same time. All right, cool. This should be better. I might flip back to this if I need to blow this stuff up more too. This way we can see both at the same time.
Okay. Yeah. No,
Okay.
that makes it easy.
So, all right, I'm going to say placeholder equals first name. And one of the cool things is you can use CodePen with Corset because you don't have, there's no compilation and stuff necessary, so it's really nice. Anyways, all right, first name, last name. And so what we want to do here is we want to have an output. And so we want to render, we want this to be the first name plus the last name. Just the last. All right, so Corset has kind of two main exports that you use. The sheet, which that is the thing that takes the tag template literal.
Yeah.
And there's a function called mount.
All right.
It keeps asking me to do this. Okay. All right, so a sheet by itself can be used. So we can do our sheet, and we can say name, just get something on the screen, and say text, hello world. We can put strings directly in the template. And nothing's going to happen because it's not mounted. So this returns a function, and then we can update a root element. So this could be, I'm going to do the document body.
Okay.
Oh, we have an error. What is our error? Damn, not do that. Yeah, that's the problem.
Oh, you missed the comma. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, missed the comma. Wait, did I?
No. Okay, sorry. Maybe I was.
Oh, I did something bad. What did I do? Query selector all on name. See, this is one of the downsides currently. Debugging. Yeah, so there we go. So now we got that. All right, let me add a line break. All right, so yeah, like we were saying, you can manipulate any selector.
So update is like a mount, right? Like it's not mount though. Like
Update's not a mount. Yeah, update's not a mount. This is just a one-time operation. So if you want to do this again, like if we add an event listener, it's not going to actually do anything because we're not mounted. So this is the lowest level API. You probably never really use this. Instead, what you want to do is mount, and you can do the document body. I usually just do the document itself, and this takes a class. and we're going to move the sheet into here. If you just run the sheet outside of like I call these behaviors. You can think of it as kind of like a component.
Okay.
So now it's going to be reactive. So let's see. Except I did not return the sheet. Now, if we listen to events, this function is going to rerun. This is basically, you can think about this. It's essentially a React class component.
Yeah.
Instead of being called render, the function is called bind.
Yeah.
I try to change the terminology. Like, I don't consider these to be components because a component to me is DOM plus interactivity together. And this does not include the DOM part.
Right.
It doesn't. It's not a componentization of a thing. You can't. I mean, I could like create a template here, and you can create a template and use your template. Now you kind of have a component, so you can do component-like stuff. But I changed the terminology because it's a little bit of a different mindset.
Yeah.
We're not rendering, we're binding. So that's kind of why I call it different. Okay, so in this example, you want to, when someone writes their first name, you want it to show up here.
Right.
So let's just add a variable first, last.
Right.
And this is going to be, so we can use insertion points here. I call them insertions. I don't know what they're technically called, but.
Is it interpolations?
Like that?
Okay.
Interpolations, yeah, sure. Okay, so we got that set up.
Right.
Now we actually want to listen to events here. So I'm going to create a selector.
Right.
Name equals first.
Input event or?
Yeah, I'm gonna listen to key up.
Okay.
And then I'm just gonna move this over here so we got more space. So what we're just gonna do here is pass it a callback. It gets the event. Then we can say this dot first equals event target value. Now there we go. Now that works.
Right.
So you'd be interested. So these are not reactive. Like this is just an ordinary class. We do not. There's no proxy on this. There's nothing. These are not actually reactive.
Right.
Corset, whenever an event occurs, it just calls bind again. Essentially, it rebinds. So you can think about the performance. Well, we'll get into performance later, but
that's funny. That takes me back to like Angular JS, like old school Angular was kind of like that too, where that's how they ended up with Zone. I think actually the idea that they only need to ever trigger things when certain types of events happened. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the right model. Like a lot of the JavaScript side of Corset I just needed to do something. Like it's really the DSL has been the main focus. So I'm not sure if classes and I'm not sure if this is the right model, but this is just kind of what it is today.
Someone was asking if it has to be a class or if it could be a plain object.
It's a class right now. It's
yeah.
A class. I know some people don't like classes. I might change it. But this is just what it is at the moment.
Okay.
I mean, literally, it would look the exact same.
Yeah.
If it was not a class, but people just really dislike those 6 characters that I typed in there. They just don't want to do it.
It does let you do stuff like what is it called? What's the term for the initializers you're doing? I guess you could do those as object property.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Exactly. Yeah. Anyways, okay. So now we got the full thing. So we can do all of our things. It rebinds. That's the basic example.
All right. Yeah.
Cool.
So.
All right. So let's take this further. So this, we can take this further. So first thing I don't like is that the fact that we have two the same thing basically.
Yeah.
Now in a templating approach, you maybe would make a component out of this or something like that, but we don't really need components for the most part in Corset because we have selectors, and a selector is a lot like a component. So we have an input, so we can just group this here. We can move our event down here, but now we need to make this be dynamic. So one thing we can do is we can use variables. So I'm going to say key is first, key is last. And now this is where it gets kind of weird, but this is what's really cool about Corset. So up to now, we've been passing data from JavaScript into the sheet. I call this a sheet, a style sheet. This is a binding sheet. We pass data from JavaScript into the sheet, which the sheet then passes it back to the DOM, right? So now we're going to have data, or we're going to have state that's kind of in the sheet first, and it's going to stay in the sheet. And so where Corset kind of gets weird is like you have data that's in the sheet that you want to get back out to JavaScript and use it in JavaScript, but that's kind of it's also kind of cool. So we have a built-in function called bind, and this is basically function prototype bind.
Okay.
So what I can do is I can pass the key variable into this. And so this is going to get the key as the first argument.
Okay.
So then now this should work as well. So what's happening there is that we've able to group our event binding in just one selector, but still make it dynamic based on the key that we do here.
Okay. And in terms of scope, just so I can like wrap my head around this, like you said, it's like it's binding to the sheet. So any a key, like whatever key is here, it's basically scoped to the sheet.
The key is scoped to the selector. So this is it's added to the name goes first. So the key is actually on this input. So if we bring up the DOM, we can peek at what's actually happening under the hood here.
Okay.
Let's see the results.
Yeah, because I was thinking like, wait, first and last both have keys, so like they have their different keys. Yet we know. So this is applying like CSS rules almost, because you're using the fact that you have input and then you have more specific selector on the like name equals whatever.
Yeah. So how CSS works is whenever you use var, it starts from the element you're on, which we're on the input, and it checks there, and then it walks up the tree to find, does anybody else have a key, right? And wherever the first time it finds key, that's the value it uses, right? So for like for example, in CSS, you can define like a color name on your HTML element, but then you use it and you'll get it from that. But if you redefine that same variable name, like lower in the DOM, like on a header or something, it's going to use that.
Yeah.
Corset works the same way.
Yeah. It's like shadowing.
So you can see here is that the way that we actually implement this is that there's a special data prop.
Yeah.
And this is going to have a space separated list of all of our variables. And then when we go to look for it, we just basically, are you familiar with element.closest?
Sure.
Element closest is like query selector, but in reverse. It goes up the tree. Query selector goes down the tree. So that's all this actually does under the hood is it uses closest to find the closest element with that property, with that selector.
That's cool. Yeah, like this is very cool. Yeah, because I saw like the declarative benefit of CSS and doing this, but you're actually not just using like CSS variable, like you're actually like fully taking on the cascading nature. And I know it was in the headline, but I was not appreciating it until this exact moment.
It is attempting to be like the semantics of CSS, not just the look of it, but the actual same semantics.
Okay.
So one thing I don't like about this is I don't like that we have data in the sheet, right? So we talked about that concentric circle that you were showing, like in a JavaScript, in a templating approach, like your data is in JavaScript and it flows down to the DOM from there. In my opinion, it's better for the data to be as close to like where it's actually used as possible. So when data is in the DOM, like I would prefer the DOM to be the source of the truth rather than JavaScript. And here I think, improved it where the data is in I mean, it's in JavaScript, but it's in the sheet. It's not in JavaScript anymore. So I think we can take this further.
Yeah.
We can do data. Data key equals first. Now this isn't good for some other reasons we'll talk about, but we can put it here. So we can actually get rid of these selectors.
Right.
And we can do data. There's another built-in function called data, and
Yep.
that gets the data attribute. Now we have that. Okay. Couple more things that we can go here.
Oh, interesting. So
One-
is that it's like the second argument to bind? If I'm like seeing it properly in the templating.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is. You can think of bind as basically it's function prototype bind, except you don't have to pass there's no this value.
Right.
This becomes like the first argument, which is this.
Gotcha. Okay.
And we're using data. Data is a function that gets a data attribute. So basically, data looks up data dash key on this input.
Yeah.
And it grabs it from there. All right. So this. I still don't like this because we're adding information that's for the DOM, or excuse me, information that's for JavaScript to the DOM to HTML.
Yeah.
We already have this information here, so we don't have a adder. I wish we had this. I could we can add this, but we don't have this right now. So you can actually register custom functions. So a custom function is just it starts with dashes like this.
Okay.
So we're going to register a custom function called adder. This also takes a class with a call function, and this is basically what gets called here. So this first argument is our keys, and I'm going to pass a name here. So it's passing this. This is so data types in Corset, kind of the same as in CSS. So like this is called this is an identifier, custom identifier. You can also pass strings like this.
Okay.
You can pass numbers. You can pass booleans. I think that's basically it right now.
Okay.
But in this case, we're passing an identifier. When we get it from JavaScript, it's going to be a string. Functions can take props, which we're not going to use here, but then the last is the actual element. So we can say element.getAttribute
Right.
name. And now we've reduced it further.
That's cool. So yeah,
Okay.
it's funny because it's in reverse, but like that's like a custom directive, except you don't actually write anything in the HTML. Like it's like the reverse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we can take this one step further if you'll humor me for a second.
All right.
So we still have stuff in JavaScript. So I'd really like to get as much state out of JavaScript as I can. I just find that it makes things a little bit more flexible. So There's one primitive that we have called stores, and basically all a store is a key value observable. This is essentially what it is. It's a map. It's a JavaScript map, but it gives us like observability. So there's another thing called store root. What this property does is it creates a store named app on this element. And again, that's just it's a JavaScript map essentially. So we can say store set app first. We can like we're basically setting properties on an object essentially.
Okay. Okay.
So we've removed the state from there. So instead of passing this here, what I want to do is I want to store it on the store. So the reason I should probably back up for a second.
Okay.
The reason for stores to exist is that custom properties can't be modified. Like you can't set a custom property. They're one way. You can think about them. They're like one way computed values.
Okay.
So you can't mutate a custom property. So we need a primitive for doing that, and stores like are kind of the primitive. The other issue with custom properties is that they're top down. That is, like, you set a property like on the body, like anything underneath it can access it, but any elements like sibling elements can't access it. Anything above it can't access it. So if you want to like lift data up in the DOM, there's really two ways to do that. One is an event, and in Corset we also have stores which allow that.
Yeah, it's funny. People don't realize this, but like in declarative systems, the derivations are like the given. Like they're the thing that like that all like they just wire everything straight through. It's actually the source of change, the mutation, the let, that's actually the special one. I always laugh about this because when people see when they think in imperative terms, you're always like, you look at Svelte and you're like, it's that $sign that's special. But the most special thing, in my opinion, in Svelte is the let, which is really ironic because it's the syntax that looks the most familiar. But I guess it's kind of similar consideration here.
The writing is like the most important part, right? And that's stores are like they're not fully baked yet. Like a lot of Corset is like kind of half baked, and stores are definitely part of that. But like I feel like it's the right primitive sort of. But anyways, so in order to keep stuff in, so you always kind of get this weird thing, like I said before in Corset, where like you have data in the sheet, like we have this attribute name. To get that back out to JavaScript, like you can use bind as one mechanism. So I'm going to do the same thing here, is I can pass this store into this function.
Okay.
So I'm just going to move this function up here. Let's say, what am I going to say? Set input value, I guess.
Sure.
And actually, I'm going to pass the store as the first argument. Set input value. So this gets the store. So then we can just say the store is just a JavaScript map. Store set key is ev target dot value.
Got you.
So now undefined. Oh yeah. Okay. So here we want to grab the value out of the store. There's a store get.
Okay.
And then you can just say space store get last.
It's interesting, like how that's the syntax ends up working, but like, yeah, okay, yeah, I understand where you have to have to put the state in this, but it's like inverse, yeah.
All right, so at this point we now have like, you know, a fully working first name last name example. Like almost everything is just purely within the sheet. Or within the DOM. The only JavaScript we need is the actual function.
Very.
So yeah, that is that example.
That's pretty cool. So I got maybe this is a little too early to ask the question. I don't know where it fits in the demo point, but this keeps on coming up. People are in the chat keep on asking like how, but like back to what you said at the beginning. How do I get like the? What if the HTML already had a name in it? Can we like start the HTML with a name in it and have that wire in, or is that a little bit more complicated, or are we going to get
there? So this is, we don't have a lot of primitives for that. Really, data is the main primitive. Like I just wrote adder here to get the data out. Like, are you saying that like if like the output add a name or something like that?
Yeah, like that kind of stuff. Or
no, you would see, you wouldn't do it that way. So that what you're this is like reversing. So you're saying like if we had this, we can do this.
Yeah. I think I'm sort of indirectly asking you about hydration. This just keeps. I'm like jumping way ahead here, which probably isn't necessary, but it just keeps on coming up in the chat. People are like speculating on how this could like wake up with the values already in it.
Yeah, it can. So we have hello world. So let's do this. So now here we're setting the first name to empty string. So what if we could pass it adder? I'm not sure if this is going to work. Okay, header select, name equals first, value. Let's see if this works. All right, so I'm making it so that adder takes 2 arguments. So I'm just going to say, so I'm going to say, so this is going to receive, hopefully, if this works, this is going to receive an element. So I'm going to say, if args.length was 2, and name is equal to args1. All right, let's see if that works. This should be last. Hello world. Uh-oh. It did not work. Why did it not work? Huh. Let's debug it for a second. Why not?
Sure. Here, people getting what they wanted, right?
There's very possible that there's just a bug here. This code looks okay. Let's see. Functions running. The element is the input in this case. And we're getting the value of world. And it's running a second time. L is the first one. Name is name. I think I've encountered a bug.
Okay. No.
Conceptually, yes, it should work.
Right. Okay. So we're basically pulling it from the pre-rendered input fields and then essentially saying like that's the source of truth, because you were saying like no, we wouldn't take it from the output, because you wouldn't take it from the output even if it was rendered in the output. You don't care that it's in the output. What you would do is you grab it from the source of truth, which is the input, which has it rendered into the value, and then you'd run it back through, and then it wouldn't really change the output, so you'd be all good, and hence you'd be hydrated, because would it even need to run anything at first until you actually...
We don't even need this, right? Like actually, like we don't even need this, because it already is in the DOM, and once we get going,
once you type, exactly, you see,
you're already deriving, so
like
in this example you don't.
Well, I guess here's the question: if you make output hello world as well, like if you put it in, now we're pretending this is server rendered, and or capital W, essentially this is our thing. If we refresh, oh, interesting. Okay, so maybe a little bit.
Oh, is this supposed to be value?
Oh, maybe. I never use this, do I?
I don't either. I bet that this is messing it up.
Right, but then you'd have this interesting. You'd still need to set the rule in. I know we're just like messing with stuff. People are telling me, Ryan, stop trying to break beta frameworks.
No, I'll break it. Okay. First.
Because initially it's blank, right? Which is why this was blanking it out, I guess, on refresh.
Yeah, that's going to blank it out because we don't have the original values here.
So we do actually
do this. Yeah.
We do actually have to do the thing you just deleted.
The thing that I tried that did not work.
Okay, but I can see
conceptually it should work. There might just be a bug here.
Yeah, I can see the story here. That's
yeah. So one thing that's interesting is like, you never want to reverse stuff, right? Like that's impossible, right? Because the algorithm that produces this is a one-way JavaScript function, essentially, right? So there is no reversing this. You can never do that.
Yeah.
So only thing you can do is like have the data like in the DOM. So that might mean like sometimes, if you have derived values, like it's possible that you don't have the source values anywhere in your DOM.
Yeah.
But you can use data attributes for that.
Yeah.
In this case, I'm using, just a regular attribute that already, has purpose. But, I don't think there's anything wrong with like using data attributes and that kind of thing to like, add source values into the DOM.
I don't know if you ever saw the Prism compiler. Ben Kaleidowave, he's the guy who made that ESNO announcement last week.
Yeah.
2 years ago, when he was 19, he actually made a compiler that was built to try and reverse the data out of the HTML. And I always get him bugging because I'm like, this is an impossible task, essentially. You can't reverse it all.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, it's fine. Like, I know what I don't put in the DOM, so I can actually add attributes. So he actually like looks at what he does, serializes the attributes for the things that he can't derive from the DOM, and then pull the rest out of the DOM. So he actually made a compiler that did it. It was really cool. It was very, I'd say, alpha-ish, but I mean, it's completely reasonable. Like you need the data regardless. There's nothing you can do about that.
Well, sometimes you don't need the data. So let me show you another example. This is one of my favorite parts about Corset. So let's just do a new thing.
No, sorry, it's a question asking. No. This. I think part of the whole point of this framework is it's actually very good potentially for doing SSR, because you can write the backend in essentially anything. You could, I don't know, Rails, PHP, whatever you want, and then you have the HTML. As long as you encode the right information in the HTML, Corset can basically just wake up with it. It doesn't need to like run a bunch of components or anything. It just literally needs to like find the elements it needs. It basically runs the sheet, which is like essentially like finding all the references in the DOM that matters. Done.
Right. All right. Let me show you another example real quick. So let's just do. This is just to show off like one feature. I'm gonna do input type equals check.
Yeah.
Checkbox. Mine doesn't work when you're doing stuff live here. Okay, so what I want to do is I'm gonna have this toggle thing. I'm gonna say when toggle is true, it's going to change the text to Matthew. So let's just do input event change. We'll say this dot toggle is equal to this dot toggle, and then we're also going to say this is going to, or do I just name? We're gonna. So there's a property called class toggle. This is a way to toggle classes on and off.
Nice. Okay.
So we're gonna toggle the class toggle whenever toggle is true. Toggle. All right. So whenever we click this, do not do it. What do I have wrong here? I have something wrong. Header checked.
I really need to, like, it's interesting. The cascading is not how I think. I'm not typically doing CSS work. I'm just like wiring it together in my head, like seeing the name and the toggle attach. Like it's very interesting.
Yeah, let's see. I'm probably doing something wrong here. Let's just debug this real quick too. I'm saying console log.
The best way to debug.
It works usually. All right, cool. Let's just see what happens.
Shouldn't change be a function? That was one of the comments from the chat.
This is oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah, should the event listener be a function? This is why chat's great for live coding.
Yeah, so this is a downside of of Corset of DSLs in general is that you kind of debugging stuff goes out the window. So what's cool about this? So you notice like it's just overriding the text whenever toggle is true, but like there is no Ryan does not exist in my sheet, right? Like that's not a variable, and I'm not pulling that out. I'm not grabbing Ryan from the DOM and then like setting text. Like that's one cool thing about CSS is that like selectors override other selectors, and when there are no selectors, you get the default value, which in Corset, the default value for most things is like whatever the original value was when we bound to it. So when we bind to this sheet, we already had Ryan in the DOM.
Right.
So Corset remembers the initial value, and so it can always go back to that. So that's like that is like the essence of like you don't have to hydrate because the data is already there, and like we just restore the data. So everything that we do is like additive. It's just like it's taking something that didn't exist and layering it on top.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like you start seeing the picture here because this is like, in a sense, you're doing a super fine grained partial hydration because like the DOM has a state. This like people watch Quick on my stream. Like obviously Quick is doing much more complicated things, but in a sense, I was talking earlier about how you just want to generate the jQuery. Like you basically go like, look, this is in the DOM. I know I don't need to do anything with JavaScript, so I don't need anything extra. I can just leave it in the DOM. That's where it is, and this just works. Yeah, hidden class and.
So, do you want to get into like how this stuff is actually working? Do you want to talk about that, or would you rather talk about something else?
Okay, yeah, we have a couple options here because we can look at mechanically how this works. We could also, I think, can we pull up? You have a more single page app type example, like you have the to-do MVC example. Can we? I think we just. Yeah. I think. We could talk a bit more about how it works, but I think what people have been asking for is they just want to see like one example of something just a little bit more complicated to kind of like let's convince them
So Corset is obviously like it's intended for progressive enhancement. So its to MVC is not. So Corset can do spas as well. I would say that the only thing like, removing like performance issues that I have right now and stuff like that, like conceptually, the only thing that doesn't really fit super well, in my opinion, with Corset is like a multi-page spa where you actually SSR it, because the only downside of Corset is that it doesn't run in the server. Like. You have to create the HTML before Corset comes in.
Right.
So if you have a multi-page SSR app, then like you already have to do that work on the server, and like now you're going to also have to have those templates in your HTML as well, so that Corset can use them.
Right.
Right. So then it becomes more of you're duplicating work.
Right, it's the double app concern. Okay, so but I mean, I still want to see this. And actually, can we blow up the text a little bit on this one? Because obviously this isn't the primary use case, but I always like this. I think this should be pretty illustrative of like what you can do here, because we have a working to do app. I see the count updating.
Yeah, count updates, clear complete. That goes away.
Yeah.
Add stuff.
And actually, can we share the link in chat for this in case people want to play with it themselves? We can just.
Yeah, do we go with StreamYard?
Close
your eyes.
Everyone. Actually, I could also share it. Sorry, too. It's okay if you got it. Just drop it. Yeah, there you
go. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, how do I explain how this works? I'm not even sure where to start. I created this pretty quickly. Okay, so we do have each here, right?
Yeah.
So this filtered is a list. In this case, it's it's a getter. So this is like our list of to-dos. This is our state of to-dos. Filter filters them depending on if we have a filter set.
Yeah.
So if we go to this, we can do that. So CSS has shorthand syntax and longhand syntax. So does Corset. So you can also say each dot filtered.
Right.
You can do that. This is like these two are the same thing, and you'll see that often in Corset. And it's actually kind of it's really cool because like in JavaScript to do conditionals, like in JSX, like you do ternaries. Some stuff like mustache and handlebars have like actual if statements.
Yeah.
In Corset, like selector is really your conditional. Like either a selector matches or it doesn't. So like one thing you can do, this is kind of unrelated to dudes, but you can say adder foo bar, something like that, and this sets the foo attribute.
Yeah.
And there's a third attribute. There's a third thing which is the toggle. So if you want to remove the attribute, you toggle it to false. If you want to show the attribute, you toggle it to true. So one thing that you can do, again, this is all because of CSS, is that you can have like a default value in a selector, and then you can put your conditionals in another selector. So you say to-do list, no bar, I don't know. Then you can say add or toggle to false, and that will remove this attribute whenever the selector matches. So you can kind of control your attributes using multiple selectors.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, that makes sense. It's interesting because the conditionals are actually built in from matching. Loops you have and loops you have a special syntax for handling.
Yeah, properties. Yeah, each template. So template is it's a template element. This could be like you could create a template element in JavaScript and pass it here as well. There's a built-in function called select that you can give it a selector.
So you're saying it's in the HTML. If we look at the HTML, there's a template element in here? Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So
this is really cool. What's cool about this, you said like there is like it's like the server app like literally just prepares everything the client's going to need. Like it's like, okay, here's all the templates you have. I can see what you're getting at. This has a lot of low level control.
Yeah. So that's why I say like if you're doing like an SSR multi-page app, you'd have to render on the server, but then you also would need to like render a bunch of templates for the client for like so that when you switch page. So basically you already know it's the multi-app issue that becomes a problem.
Right.
If you actually are recreating lots of DOM all the time, then there becomes a lot of duplication, or there can become duplication.
Right. Okay.
But for stuff like this, it's just a little template.
And okay, let's just. I just want to kind of like holistically look at this again. Let's scroll to the top and just run down for just a second because I just so I can kind of make sense of it. This whole thing's a single sheet. The whole app.
Yeah.
And then
no, there's also a behavior. We can get into that.
Okay.
Yeah,
one sec.
There's a way to. Yeah. We should probably get into that.
Yeah, we'll get that one sec. Okay, so we start our sheet. We declare our variables, and if anyone's written to do MVC, this is very familiar. This is how these are all like computed, so essentially like how many are completed, how many are uncompleted or remaining, and then you have you're declaring your top input, you're pushing the new to-dos on. Let's scroll a little bit more, and then main footer, you're showing whether the toggle the bottom bar based on if there's any to-dos there. And then we have toggle all, to-do list, each, which takes the filtered list.
I didn't implement this. I don't know what this feature is. I didn't implement this. I put a placeholder comment for me to do.
If you click the arrow, it should check all the boxes.
Yeah.
It's that one.
I didn't implement that yet.
Yeah, and then Yeah, it's funny. I'm very familiar with To Do MVC. I've built it in multiple frameworks too. I don't only my only Hackernews is not my only skill set. I also have some To Do MVC skills. And then what do we got here? To do list, to do, and then okay, we're going to talk about behavior in a second. And
so this is this is our loop.
yeah,
And to do is this li. So there's these special functions with inside the loop, item and index. So I could also say index. And this is going to give me my numeral index inside of the loop. And item is the item in the loop. Does that make sense? So like item is one of these objects. This is an item, this is an item. And
right.
the index is the numeral index. So this is like a special function that like it allows us to have to get context, like where we are within a list, within each loop.
Yeah. No, that okay. So yeah, I mean, it's very common when you make a to-do list that each iteration, each item ends up getting its own components to update separately. I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how does this is how we're defining the items in the index. So this is how the loop variables get injected into scope, so to speak.
Yeah.
And then sort of behavior. So,
you want to get into that?
I think we're at that point now, aren't we? Because we've passed down. We've got the items. We've got the loop variables injected in. We have the event bindings being passed into this to do, and we have whatever behavior is.
Yeah. So basically, behavior. You can think of behavior like a component. Like I said before, like all the JavaScript parts of Corset are like kind of half-baked, and behaviors are one of those things. So a behavior is kind of like a component, except it doesn't create any DOM, or it can create DOM, but it doesn't. It just basically allows you to have a scope within your document.
Okay.
So you do it mostly. The main reason to do that is to have localized state. So I'm able to, in this case, actually, I don't have any like localized state. I'm just receiving the item. Let me show that again. Okay, yeah. So I don't know if you've like looked at the Houdini APIs at all. There's like a way to register paint functions.
Okay.
CSS.
Yeah, I have not.
So this is based on that idea, kind of. So it's kind of funky looking if you're not familiar, but with with register paint, you can pass it variables.
Right.
Basically, you declare a list of variables that you depend on. So this behavior says it depends on the item variable.
Yeah.
And it's basically a way to pass props to a behavior. But from there, this is just like that other class that we were looking at before.
So this
it has its own like update loop.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So we're actually, that's what I mean. It's kind of like I was mentioning to-do apps is very common for the to-do item to have its own component. This is kind of similar-ish, except it doesn't do rendering, which is why you don't call it a component, because it doesn't actually make the HTML. Someone's asking, why do you need scope if you already have CSS scope? I guess that's a joke, but I don't know how serious I'm going to take the question.
Yeah, I mean, I think to me, the ideal is like everything gets put into the sheet. So, I mean, I'm not even sure like if we really need behaviors, because we showed stores before, so you can kind of have localized state within the sheet anyways, just by creating a store. Like I could create a store on that within this main sheet and kind of do the same thing. It's just another way of doing it. I'm cheating here a little bit. What's happening is, in Corset, a behavior doesn't affect its parent unless either you trigger an event or you modify a store. So like, for example, a parent behavior could pass in a store to its child, and the child could manipulate that store. That's one way to pass data up. The other way is event. So I'm using events here. So that's why there's a couple of like custom events.
Right.
So
okay.
Whenever you toggle, it triggers a change event. and this listens to a change event.
I guess
It's actually
where
not doing anything.
yeah, I guess where I'm thinking here is I mean, there's convenience in being able to break things apart. In a sense, like these aren't components, but they're components. Like essentially like for breaking apart. And you're saying like it doesn't really matter. You could have just inlined it if you really wanted to. Like this is just like it's convenience for breaking apart. Does this split have any kind of other runtime implications? I'm just kind of curious because
there is the implication in that like if you were to have localized state within this behavior and you were listening to events and you were like modifying like local variables, like
doesn't trigger the parent, right? Doesn't trigger the parent. Yes. Okay. That makes sense.
It's very much like a component.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's very. Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's still actually it's funny because it is actually the key thing is the separation between the view and the controller or view model or whatever you want to call it. Like that's the key part here. The actual execution in a sense is actually still very similar to component architecture like Svelte or React. They actually have basically the same sort of rules. That's interesting. And then stores are like this mutable. I mean, they're not actual reactive data in a sense, but they're like a mutable proxy almost. Like I'm making analogs with reactive systems I've seen.
They're key value observables.
Okay. That makes sense to me. I don't know if we've lost the audience at some point here or the chat, but I'm following along still. This makes sense to me. I wanted to show this example because everyone in chat kept on going like, oh, but can you do a for loop? Oh, but can you do this stuff? So the answer to all these questions is yes. You could, because of how, like, first of all, there's first class helpers here, like things like each, and because of how low level you are, you can literally just kind of like make it do what you want to do. There's people talking like about making comparisons to Quick because Quick just adds the event handlers and doesn't do anything else, and it's like, well, yeah, I mean, you can do that with Corset because literally you just have the DOM and you just be like, yes, put the event handler here. Like that's all you're doing. I often we talked about this earlier in the stream where I was like, Quick wants you to be able to write React and get like jQuery out, and this is kind of this is kind of jQuery-ish. Someone was actually asking a bit earlier. They're kind of wondering.
It's like a declarative jQuery. Like that's very much intentional.
They're like trying to like kind of make sense in their mind. They're like, oh, well, how would you like? Why would this be kind of like the approach you take over, say, Alpine, which is like the old school, like Knockout or Vue Petite or whatever, where you put the bindings in the DOM, or something like, what was the other example? Like, I guess Stimulus still has bindings in the DOM. I think that's actually.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if I can find the question here because. I think that's the key thing. Almost all the other ones require you to put something in the DOM. That's actually the difference here. jQuery didn't require you to put in the DOM, but it wasn't declarative. This is actually declarative without requiring you, like, you leverage the DOM for state if you want to, but that's not like, like
it's the bridge. It's a bridge between the DOM and JavaScript is how I think about it.
Yeah. Okay. So that makes sense to me. So what we've been doing here is basically showing the range of capability, but I guess it's not necessarily how one would typically use Corset. I think when I think Corset, I do actually think about SSR and hydration, but more in like what's smaller than an island kind of perspective. Do you think that's fair or?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that, but smaller than an island.
Yeah, like let's say you're using Astro, and then you write some components in React. Like your island's only going to get so small. Is what I'm getting at, and I'm saying like.
Oh yeah,
gotcha. Like I was like when I think about this, I'm thinking about like what's smaller than an island. That's kind of like but I guess maybe that's still me coming from such a single page app kind of framework mental model. How
Yeah.
how does this fit for you? Like where do you kind of like, we talked about where you're very like humble in the sense you keep on telling about, oh, it's not good here and we have this issue here. Where is Corset really good?
I mean, today, or you just mean like
Conceptually, like
aspirationally?
aspirationally, yeah.
I mean, I would build a spa with it, as crazy as that sounds, because I do think that the syntax is very uniquely adept for DOM manipulation. I think CSS has evolved. Like all these features that Corset takes advantage of exist in CSS, because CSS is actually attempting to do a very similar thing. It's just not trying to do it by manipulating the DOM. So I think it actually is very well suited for a single page app. I mean, today it's very suited for like, I want to like create a dark mode toggle on my blog, like small things like that. You can use it very well. I conceptually, I think it could be used almost everywhere. Performance, like I don't know if I could ever like catch up with you and Quick on performance and like fine grain, because like this is all running in the browser. This is basically an interpreter. You can think about it. It's like a CSS interpreter.
Right.
So I think it will compete pretty well performance wise eventually. I don't think it's like I said, it's not going to compete with you all, but I think it will be good enough for a lot of animations and stuff like that. Yeah, like I said, the only thing that really I don't think it's a good fit is if you really are doing something that has to be SSR and has to be like a spa. If it has to be both those things, then you're going to wind up duplicating work. And
Right.
That's kind of the main disadvantage.
But
it assumes that you've already rendered.
But
It assumes either you've already rendered or you're never going to render.
Right. Because if it was just like an MPA where you're doing most of the heavy lifting on the server, this works pretty well too. The duplication you're talking about is the code that's needed to generate the server HTML views and the templates that are needed to generate the client navigated views. But if you're heavily server, this is good, and if you're heavily client, this is good. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Okay,
so it's kind of like the middle ground there where it becomes a little bit less so.
So, just gonna ask a question here before I think we have one more example. I think, but I want to ask a question before we go there. Which was like, just trying to like, and this is more into like how you went about this. How did you come up with this? Like this is kind of craziness, and obviously you understand the rules of modern CSS a lot better than I do, because but like what, how did you figure out that this could be a thing? Like you're like yeah, I'm just interested. Like
I mean, I don't know how to answer that really. But by the way, I don't really know. Like I've learned so much about CSS from building this that I just did not know at all. Like variables are like kind of these insane thing. Like a variable is really almost like a macro when you use a var. Like it like variables expand at a different time than like when the code actually runs. So like variables can have multiple values within it. So you can do things like it's almost like a spread operator of var is. Like I didn't know that at the beginning. But anyways, like how did I come up with this? Like I said earlier, like I got to the point where I thought to solve this problem of like it all comes from me from the desire to decouple, number one, and then the desire to like have the DOM or the HTML be the source of truth. And so I came to a belief, and like maybe like Quick and you and other people like cross that bridge, but I just became the belief that like you couldn't get there with templates, because templates force you to use them on the server, which means you've now coupled the client and the server. So like I don't know, one thing that I've learned over time is just like when you think about constraints, like I feel like we're so used to the way things work that we can't envision another way, like me just as much as everybody else. But if you like can like force yourself to like whatever constraints you think exist, just remove them. Like, don't worry about the implications. Just like pretend like they don't exist. Just force yourself to pretend like they exist. They don't exist, then you kind of you're forced to think of something different.
Yeah.
So that's basically it. I mean, I started to think like, how else can you do this without having templates?
Was it hard? Was it hard to?
CSS from there.
Was it hard to like implement, because you're like designing a whole DSL? So I mean, this isn't quite. I mean, it's kind of like a compiler, but like not like, you know what I mean. Like it's a runtime. I'm gathering it's like a runtime mechanism. Yeah, it's interpreter. So like, I don't know. Did you want to talk to that for a few minutes? I mean, we're you know, let's. I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit, or at least a really high level, just so I can understand what the project is, because this is so foreign to me. So
well, I mean, I've written lots of like DOM libraries. I've written several of them. Like I understand how they work. So I came at it from that perspective, like knowing how, you know, how templating engines work and stuff like that. So like when I built it, I very much came from that perspective. So I built it kind of like that.
Right.
And it, you know, the further I got into it, the more I realized like kind of the differences and, you know, just how you had to do things differently. Like the most complicated part of Corset is like just resolving which declaration to use, because it has to like you start from an element and you have n number of declarations which potentially match, and so you got to find the one that's the right one, right? So you kind of have to walk, and so there's like all these performance, like the root problem with Corset's performance at the moment is that it doesn't know about selectors. Like basically it parses the sheet. It keeps these selectors just as a string to do query selector on,
Right.
but it doesn't know the meaning of them, which means that if you do something like class toggle all false, this select, well, it's not, let's say true. Let's pretend like this did not match. It doesn't know that this potentially matches again. So in order to actually figure out if there are any new elements to target, it has to continually call query selector all, basically on every update.
Right.
It has to, like, for every role, it tries to find a match, and that has other performance implications as well, where for like vars have the same issue. Like vars are affected by other selectors. So there's this like dependency graph that exists within a sheet, where there's like explicit dependencies, which is like this property. Let's go to like one of these. This property depends on the value of this, right?
Yeah.
This property depends on this variable and this function call. And so like, you know, everything's kind of a compute inside Corset. But vars there's like this implicit dependency where this actually depends on the variable here, but there also could be another variable somewhere else defined in the tree, and it depends on that as well. So anytime like a class changes or something like that, there's potential for this variable value to change, right? So so we have to call closest to see if we can find the closest element over and over again. I started talking about performance. I don't know how.
But it is interesting when I'm looking at this, and you mentioned like all these. I mean, obviously there's a ton of runtime stuff because of the rules of CSS and cascading, which is causing all this. I'm also looking at the DSL and the sheet DSL, and part of me goes, I know you're like always been a big fan of DSLs and stuff. Like, did you ever think of just like make .corset file or .sheet essentially, like whatever that is, and like, would that work? I noticed there's code outside of it. I wonder if like that would be too restrictive to get the JavaScript code in. But I just like, sometimes it's the silliest stuff, like the syntax highlighting and the thing that. I mean, tons of work. I had a stream all about how much work it is to do a language thing like that. But it's just kind of
Well, so like Corset's not the first project that's taken this approach. Like I'm not aware of any other like kind of modern libraries that do this, but there are some older libraries where people have tried this sort of thing, and I know of one. I can't remember the name of it that actually did put stuff in a separate sheet. But like that was before tag template literals. So I don't know how like you inject, like how do you inject, if this was in a different file, like how would you inject stuff in JavaScript? Like I've definitely thought about it. But yeah, I mean, you couldn't do it today because like syntax highlighting is not going to work with like variable, like you're going to have actual injections and stuff. Yeah, tooling is a big problem, but I mean, that's a, like, I think that stuff comes along with popularity is like, if Corset ever becomes popular, then like people will naturally build, VS Code highlighting into it and stuff like that. So
yeah, definitely. I was just kind of just thinking of elements and places to take it, like looking at the example and kind of understanding it, because like it's, as I said, I looked at like the landing page and I was like, okay, yeah, CSS stuff, but like the way the cascading works is actually like something that's like, oh, okay, that's interesting. Yeah. But it's also very, very powerful. It's kind of like CSS itself.
Yeah, you brought up Angular directives. I never used Angular directives, so I'm only like vaguely aware. But that's kind of the power of Corset, is like each selector is kind of like a directive, and you can take like one value, like I showed that adder example where you just want to manipulate one attribute, and you can kind of divide it between multiple selectors, and you can use turning those selectors on and off, through Booleans or through whatever. Like you can kind of manipulate different parts with multiple selectors. It's kind of an interesting thing.
Yeah. No, it's super powerful. Okay, what I want to do now is, because I think we're going to go to one more example, because this wouldn't be one of my streams if we didn't actually do Hackernews. You guys all knew that this was coming, and actually, I'm gonna steal the screen for a second, because don't get me wrong, Matthew created this. I just help me internalize it myself, because again, this is a demo that I am very, very familiar with. So I'm just gonna, we're gonna talk through this for a minute, and this one might actually be really simple, but I think it kind of also showcases, again, we showed this how Corset can be used to do client rendering. Well, what else can we do with it, right? And the other one is here. So I got our Hackernews example, and this is actually, I believe, a fork of the solid Hackernews Astro, like solid Astro Hackernews example. And let's see here. Okay, so this is all the same kind of stuff, and then I'm just gonna looking here, we have, let's see, scripts. Okay, we're gonna look at that in a minute. Pages looks the same. This is the same Astro setup that we've done on previous streams, where we have the stories page, the specific story page, and the user page, and then we have the lib where my trusty API lives, and then the components folder. The difference here is they're all Astro files this time. Because obviously comments and layout is just all Astro. The big difference is toggle that's where we do our fancy partial hydration, recursive partial hydration trick with all the islands frameworks. But in this case, with Corset, it is still just an Astro file. So like, I'm looking here, and it's funny, yeah, because this is one of the simplest ones. Because if you look in here, I'm doing like crazy JSX stuff. This is the demo where I bug all the Astro people who think that they're like, people are like, oh no, Astro's like this. I'm like, no, Astro's JSX. Because this is very complicated, like much more like there's a lot of logic and stuff on the server rendering part. And I my prediction was once you guys moved from static generation to SSR, you'd see a lot more complicated logic on the server rendering. Maybe I'm not completely on it, but like it's interesting because like we're doing all this stuff, and then we get to the toggle, and now the toggle is actually the most static piece on it, because this has got to be the piece where the magic happens, because where we're going to add our interactivity. And actually, I'm going to pop open the app here for a second. I think I mean, I've got tons of them. Actually, I'm just gonna use a solid one for a second. Now we'll pull the other one later. Anyone who's seen this demo from me before is we go in here, we got some comments, and we go into this page, right? And in this page, you can collapse the comments. This is the only interactivity on this page, right? But it's recursive. The reason, that recursiveness won't matter, I guess, to Corset particularly, but in JavaScript frameworks that are declarative, you have to notice that the comment's in the comment that's in the comment that's in the comment. And if you're thinking like really naively, you're like, well, if there's state up here, how do you save yourself from like sending all this data? Well, you can do some cool stuff with islands, and I've showed that in previous streams. But in Corset, this is more like a vanilla JS kind of approach, right? Because in a sense, or jQuery, where this is now, the toggle is now just static HTML. We probably could even collapse it into our comment Astro file if we really wanted to. It probably doesn't do a ton of anything special, but I'm gathering our new addition is the scripts, right? This is so if you've all seen the Hackernews examples previously, I usually do a bunch of work in the framework and we do all that. But in this case, it's all just like the core Astro project, some basically HTML, and then we have our sheet, right? So what are we looking at here? Toggler.
This is a little tricky because of the recursion.
Okay.
Remember, like Corset. So you bind, like here I'm binding to the document. So a selector selects everything, right? Like there's no, like in a component you're limited to the part that you're building. But this is targeting the full document. So we're getting, with that one selector, we're getting all of those on the entire page.
Yeah, I wanted to see if I could show it easier, because maybe it's probably less good on the solid examples because the islands are in the middle. Let's see if I can actually open the Astro Corset example directly. Hopefully I'm on the... Yeah, okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, if I open this one directly and I kind of go partially down the page, you're going to see like, there's like, where are we? Comment, toggler, and then toggler again. And if we keep on going, toggler again. It's all nested, yeah.
So you see the comments there, the data Corset, data attributes? Not comments, the data attributes. That's kind of where our state, that's how like variables and stuff work, is that, you know, these exist, and then we use a selector to define the right one.
Yeah, this is pretty minimal on extra HTML though. Like, you know, there's no like Astro fragments or anything going on here. We're literally just adding a couple attributes and going like our state. I guess you need to know that you pass the open through. That's the key, right?
Yeah.
Because, okay, cool. Okay, so following this, we have store root is app, store set app, property open true. So I've been paying attention, and then the open variable is a get from the store at app open. Okay, and then our toggle just literally calls, what is this? So
class toggle, you know the API class list dot or whatever, like it sets or removes the class.
Right, based on whether this is true or false.
A Boolean value.
Exactly. So Boolean, open, and then we add the click handler, which sets the store, just toggles it, not, and then we bind it to the store by passing through the event. It's funny. We were paying attention here, and when it's not open, change the text. Yeah, so this is this is kind of like the Matthew Ryan example again, where you didn't actually need to ever, because it always renders in the minus state. You don't ever actually need to put the plus state in the Corset code. So
the minus state,
the minus state in the Corset code, you just go, okay, switch it to plus, and then use display none and block to hide the comments. So we get to, it just comes back when it comes back without ever serializing it. That's very, 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 very cool stuff.
When I was working on this, I try to use a behavior to like isolate one toggler or whatever, but like that's very hard to do with CSS. It's very hard to say like like I want you to target this, but only this one. Like don't go down the tree. So stores are kind of the way around that.
It's funny. I missed updating the header from solid. It still says Corset.
Yeah. This is solid. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh well.
I think that's all right.
But yeah, okay. That's cool. And as I said, this is a perfect example because this page is all HTML. You don't want all this freaking data JSON serialization. It's a static page. All you're doing is adding some simple interactivity, and that's all you're adding here. Simple interactivity. You just write one little script that's like, hey, collapse this thing, and like, yeah. I mean that works pretty easily here. I remember when we were talking about this, you were like, okay, maybe I'll like make it all spa-like, and then you're just like, no, actually, no, this is kind of just what you would do. Like, well, let's not force it.
Yeah. I was thinking we needed a lot more, but
yeah, no, and yeah, I mean, I'm gonna let me do what I do, just to kind of look at this in a zone where people might be more from, where is it here? New incognito window. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna throw this up here. I don't know what the hashtag at the end is. But just to kind of like, just you were mentioning about, yeah. Okay, so yeah. First of all, when we land on the main page here, because there's nothing interactive here, and it's Astro, and there's no JavaScript. This is zero JavaScript. This is your page, MPA style. We navigate to the next page. We just do MPA. This is just stock Astro here. We go to our comments page, which is one of these giant. This one's pretty sizable, and at that point we load the JavaScript, which is about 9 kilobytes. Which, as you mentioned, because you're bringing the whole CSS parser in there, it's not going to be like islands necessarily for one component. Like this isn't like, it's a heavy cost for the one component. You add a bunch of components. Basically, I imagine that Corset scales better per component than even an islands framework does. But there's that one little bump at first. Just for reference for people, like this page for Astro Solid is 4.8 kilobytes or something. But to give other people a reference here, even further, Solid Start is like, I want to say 13 kilobytes, and Svelte Kit is 18 kilobytes, and like
what does Solid Start at?
Solid Start is actually doing like full client side like Svelte Kit. In my example,
router.
Router does all the rendering, client rendering. It's a complete single page app approach.
Okay.
But but like Fresh was 8.8 kilobytes, so about the same size as this actually. So just kind of ballpark, and this is a very simple demo, but the thing is just kind of like, you can already see that I'm actually interested in a little bit, because we're both sitting on Astro, right? With these demos, both deployed to Netlify. I just like to get a kind of idea here of like, is there a difference in terms of like what the page load, like how it runs? Like, just, I haven't tested this yet, so I always put people on the spot, but it just like kind of an idea of like what the kind of,
there's gonna be a, go ahead.
So there's gonna be a what?
There's gonna be a little waterfall, because Corset, the parser is WASM, so it's probably not gonna. It's not gonna start downloading that. WASM. Yeah. So what you can do is you can add a preload in the head to preload that, and then that helps.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's kind of
interesting. Actually, there is.
It's not super easy to do, but.
There might be something wrong with my deploy too. I wouldn't expect Astro's rendering time to be any different between the two, and it is for some reason, which is strange to me. The server rendering is actually coming back slower on this example, which wasn't what I was focusing on. I wanted to focus on the startup, like the hydration side of things.
Well, no, did you find a regression in Astro?
I mean, is
your Solid Start out, or is it? Did you deploy that a while back?
No, I haven't deployed this one since April. So, yeah, that might be. because no, like because yeah, this is like
How long is
400.
it taking 400 milliseconds for it to come back?
Yeah, it's yeah, because we're doing islands, so we don't have to serialize any of the comments. So like when we go in here, actually let's look
Wait,
at the
is
network.
that is that 400 for the full thing, or is that first byte?
No, that's like
What's
like
first
the
byte?
that's for the all the HTML. 440 for the.
We added streaming since April, I think.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see what we do on network here. Maybe I go look at the HTML and see what's going on. Okay. No, it's the document side. No, document size is comparable. Interesting. Sorry, cancel that. Size. Waterfall. No. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder what's up. But because you can actually see that the HTML is smaller with Corset. Solid adds a bunch of like other tags and stuff. So it's like, this is still Astro though. This is like 95% Astro, like 5% Solid. This is a super simple demo. So that's interesting.
Yeah, Astro adds the Astro Island element, and that contains the props. Yeah.
Yeah, what I wanted to see though wasn't this. Like, so I'm gonna try and ignore that initial load thing. So WASM is an interesting timeline thing that I didn't realize, and then I was kind of curious what the JavaScript thing does, because does Corset hydrate isn't my thing, because what you see here with Solid is we use first paint, and this is non-streaming version, by the way. This is the Netlify functions are on AWS, which don't support streaming. The Edge functions do, but this one I just did the normal functions because it's close to the API. The API responses are usually quicker. But you can see that like this is where, well, actually, yeah, this is where the main chunk comes in doing all this. It looks like, yeah, without streaming, it's interesting the timing. Like this, the secondary chunks come in later. But if I look at this, just kind of understand. Yeah, okay, yeah, here we go. Yeah, this is a very diminished timeline here, right? Because like this run some stuff is 40 milliseconds and 12. I'm like, how do I add all of this up? Because it's a lot of micro cut by a million hydrations. But yeah, I mean, well, let's see. First paint in this example is at 449, and then we're kind of done everything, document content loaded at 499. So it's okay. So maybe it's a scale thing. So it's still 50. You could see a whole lot more script running by comparison than when on this, where we have what's pink again? Pink is because usually scripts are yellow. I'm trying to. Pink is.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. What? Of course now.
So
Chrome's
is solid doing like full hydration?
This one isn't solid start. I want to use Astro. This is doing islands where every single one of these things is an island. So there's like, I don't know, there's 280 comments. So let's say there's about 50. Yeah. No, let's say there's about 100 islands on this page. So that's why that's like cut by a bunch of slices.
Yeah, and then that's testing our nested hydration support pretty strongly then.
And it's pretty good. This demo is still my fastest Hackernews demo out of all of them. Faster than Quick. Scores, or at least the Lighthouse is better. Even Marco 6 is like toe to toe. This one is very close. This is still the highest performing Hackernews demo. And
we did very little to try to make Astro fast. Honestly, we have invested not a lot of time. It was essentially just making things lazy. It's like 95% of it.
Right, and the idle thing works really well. But the thing is, what you like end up seeing sometimes when you do these kind of page speed insight kind of type stuff is that like I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to show this here. I don't know why the interesting hashtag in on the end. This isn't the biggest one either. This one's like 280 or something comments. We've done like 1,400 comment ones on stream. This is hopefully big enough. Like this is probably so small. Astro's going to be like, oh, this is an easy 100, but it's kind of, Astro's just like, yeah, whatever. Like this is nothing, right? But like I imagine that even with a page like this, if I took, well, let's see, something like, solid hacker. No, which one do I want to do? Netlify? Is that one the right one? Nope, that is not the right one. I have so many of these. I almost, you know what I have to do to actually get through all this stuff? I have to like go to my GitHub and like, let's try.
Find the right Hackernews.
Yeah, because I need to make a website where I put them all in the one place.
Yeah.
But like, I right now have branches, so I'm like, okay, let's go Netlify, view it here. Okay, beautiful, that one, and then switch, and then yeah, let's do this. Yeah, although this, oh, actually, maybe I should do Vercel, even though Vercel is slower. It just, this is out of date. Actually, you know what? Yeah, this one's out of date. I want to do one that's slightly faster, because, but, switch, back. Let's do Vercel function maybe. I feel like I just updated this. Click it here. This should basically be AWS. It should basically be the same thing. Switch. What I was getting at is like, I imagine even for a page like this, it probably would stress a single page app, even though it's not even like the biggest page in the world. Right. And this is, I mean, we're talking about Astro again, but like it's not terrible, but it's stressed a little bit, right? Like if you like,
Which one was that?
That was solid start on that page.
Yeah.
Right. And you know, I don't know,
The solid start, is it lazy at all, or is it start up like on page load?
It starts up on page load. So this is the thing. It's a SPA. So I think that's probably partially where this kind of stuff comes in. But like if you took, I don't know if I got one more, yeah. Let's even use Cloudflare. I know. Let's just do one last one here. Just kind of. The problem is I wanted to actually try. Corset, but that initial render thing I think is going to hurt us too badly on here. But but you can kind of get. I'm trying to like extrapolate from other things, so we can go. We have. Yeah, let's see here.
Is that the Corset one running on AWS?
Yeah. It's these should be like this almost the same. And you can definitely see that like this is like a 400 response, and this is like something so large. I don't understand what I didn't catch that earlier, because this is only, the reason is this is a stupidly large page because it's like,
right.
But that's where the fun is, right? You get a stupidly large page. Yeah. Right. And then you can kind of see, okay. And then be like, yeah, like Astro does this without a sweat, right? Which is because, the laziness of the hydration, which we already showed Corset actually continues that further. It does even less hydration. But yeah, because, man, I wish I knew what.
Don't redeploy your Astro Solid. I'm worried. I'm worried that there might have been.
I'm gonna have to look into it. I won't redeploy it on prod right away. But yeah, we're in the process with Solid Start of like refining it down, and we're getting to like beta releases imminent as soon as the docs are finished. We've actually moved to beta release numbers, like in versioning and stuff. So it's coming very, very soon. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's it's interesting.
Weren't you talking at some point that I can't remember with the context, but you were saying that, I don't know if it was in Solid Start, but just like using like response and like using these APIs like actually adds quite a bit of performance to it. So we're doing that too now. wonder if that's part of
Yeah,
it.
I don't think it would scale like this, but like as a baseline, using the request response objects, like we were sitting there and we were like, why I was like trying to fit there because I know Solid has one of the fastest string renderers, so I was like, why Solid start getting hit? And like there was a few things that I had to work on, but one of the ones was I just noticed that like a lot of that kind of like take for granted overhead, like the request response stuff, the Svelte remix, that we're all doing, was actually just for like a slow. I don't know how they determine it, but like the Lighthouse like metrics. Steve from Builder was doing, what is it, frameworks benchmark. Maybe I should do it in my other window, but he was working. Yeah, it was something like framework benchmark or something, and I not this one. Yeah, I think I might have shown it on stream previously. The Steve from Builder was working on it, and I was like curious, and I like started looking at like just messing with stuff. So I was like hacking Solid Start in the benchmark and being like, okay, let's pretend we don't do request response. Let's not convert stuff from streams. Let's not like cut out a bunch of stuff. And we didn't get to Marco speed, but like it doubled the performance on the benchmark by doing that. So like so much in the meta framework versus like what the actual renderer is doing. But again, that scales with the size of the page. I mean, the benchmark was barely doing. It was probably doing like a 2MC. Like it was barely doing more than a Hello World. So like, there's different aspects of scale there. Benchmarking this stuff's hard, but it's something that we need to do more of. So just to kind of figure out where these things are, because there's a lot of technologies going on right now, right? Like, and a lot of like exploration, right? That's part of what's interesting with this stuff, because like people are trying to find ways to make less JavaScript or make it easier to author stuff with less JavaScript, solve hydration, server rendering. How do you do Astro? We get all the benefits of a single page app. Are they even actually benefits, or is this actually we've just been like so warped in a terrible direction? Like, really interesting questions from my perspective. All right.
Yeah, so we do some weird, like in Astro, especially when we added streaming, like we're using like Readable Stream now, and I'm sure there's overhead there. Well, I think we subclass it in Node because there are some parts where Readable Stream, like the Node fetch implementation, is not the standard or something. So I'm gonna take a look myself, because I wouldn't expect it to be that slow though.
Yeah. Sorry, I found the benchmark I was talking about now, and these numbers are probably a little bit slow, but we were like these are real Lighthouse scores. Like Steve is trying his best, but you start asking yourself, like, how are frameworks getting faster time to interactives than largest contentful paint when these are async rendered without streaming? Like literally first contentful paint and largest contentful paint should be the same, except for I guess the progression of the CPU on the device. And this is like a slow device propagated. But if you're showing this basically the same HTML elements, you wouldn't expect like this kind of gap, right? Like you wouldn't expect it to go like 0.8 to 2.2 seconds and it to be interactive. Like this looks like something's being client rendered. I looked and it's not being client rendered. It's like we need to. I think that's why it's kind of been on pause for a bit. We need to work on benchmarks and see what we can do. But
it's not being client rendered at all. It's not rehydrating.
Well, it's hydrating, but the hydrating should affect TTI, time to interactive. It shouldn't impact largest contentful paint. Yeah, I mean. And then look, this is like some simple React demo he made, and then this is not our next, which is like the opposite. Its first config paint is fast, like the React one is pretty fast, but then the time to interactive is really slow. But the largest config paint, maybe this one is client rendered. Maybe that's my mistake. Maybe this is client rendered. But it's kind of funny. Sometimes Lighthouse will reward you for client rendering. That silly Hackernews demo. The client rendered version of Solid outscores the server rendered version of Solid because just how fast that first paint gets there skews the rest of the results. That they don't even care if it takes like twice as long to finish. It's like So
Yeah.
the metrics are need work.
I rarely even look at Lighthouse anymore.
Yeah, the problem is Google SEO looks at Lighthouse, so
Yeah.
there's an incentive for it, right? Yeah, and those are So these are the Lighthouse tests, and then he actually started doing like autocannon, and this is where or doing like throughput, like pure render speeds and throughput, and this is where we realized that we're like, hey, there's an overhead. Like Solid and SvelteKit are basically neck and neck here, which makes sense, but and this is all start when I see how Preact's pure render is faster and Solid's pure render is faster, though it hasn't been merged into this. But like essentially, this is when I started realizing like the request response thing. Like look who's at the top of the list. Marco, who I believe is just doing Node directly and not doing request response. Fresh, who's completely keyed only to Dino, right? They're not doing any conversions.
Yeah.
Hydrogen might be doing something pretty good. I got this is what I'm looking, but the rest of us are kind of, even Hydrogen's kind of in this range with the rest of us. And then I don't know what's, maybe there's some overhead in the Astro, then you get Remix next, and then whatever Angular Universal's doing, probably don't do that. So
Astro I use generators a lot. I know there's overhead with generators.
Yeah.
Astro creates lots of promises. Like, we should probably strip all that stuff out and not do it, and that might help quite a bit too.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't even know how much I trust this. This is good though. Like I think this is a start, right? We need to like do stuff. Like how about Bun versus Dino versus Node, for React SSR, these kind of things. Maybe. I think Chrome made generators faster recently. Dylan speaks.
Oh, yes. Hope so. I hope you're right, Dylan. I don't have to refactor that code.
Yeah. Anyways, whoa, this repo already has 326 stars. I remember how hard it was to get the first 326 stars. Huh. Anyways, there's a lot of work to be done in this area. And sorry, we were talking about performance, and I ended up veering right off into benchmarks. But
sorry.
It's interesting because I think a lot of people don't always realize that the bottlenecks are like often it's about chasing performance is like chasing bottlenecks. It's not like you just made it 10% faster and now everything's 10% faster. It's like you changed something that when you micro benchmark it, you realize, okay, this should be a 20% improvement, and then you go measure it and it's like a 5% improvement because you just unlock the next bottleneck. Like in theory, you made that piece 20% faster, but now it's not the slowest piece. So the next thing is the thing that's you can chase that forever. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Let's see. Let's get some questions for what we got. We got Matthew here. We should get some questions in the chat. Chat's been relatively quiet. They've just been letting us talk here, and I was hoping that people would have some interesting comments about Corset or Astro, and we could chat. So I'm putting it out there. This is your chance. We'll give them a
blown away. They're speechless.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's definitely what I felt when I was looking at Corset. There, it's just like, wow.
I think
so.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
I think there is like, if you've come from a very traditional engineering background, like it is a bit foreign, and that's like one thing that's hard with Corset is that like HTML CSS is extremely popular. It's like one of the most popular programming languages. There are people building like brilliant, crazy, awesome things just with regular pure CSS. But like the overlap between like, I don't know what you call us, but like traditional JavaScript engineers and like CSS engineers is like smaller than you think. Like people who operate in both worlds a lot, like it's kind of there's not a huge overlap. So, I probably really need to target, like the audience when I announced Corset I was going for is, number one, people like kind of the audience, the same way for like Alpine, people who want to write their backends in a non-known environment. I thought those people would be interested. And then potentially CSS people. because with the familiarity there.
It just breaks all my mental models. I'm way too deep in my thoughts. Can you come back another time? I might have some questions then. Oh man, but there are some good questions here. Did you ever consider just getting rid of JavaScript completely, kind of like XHTML does? I guess that's a huge dependence on the server. I don't know. What did you answer? Are you familiar with that?
I don't think I know.
Okay, XHTML is like, well, you know what? We could.
Is it like Alpine? Is it like one of those kind of things?
The syntax is like Alpine a little bit that it goes in, but the thing with or it's not XHTML. I think was it XHTML or are we talking about HTMLX? Because XHTML was
HTML, yeah. XHTML is
Actually, I don't know which one they're asking for because I think there was actually a browser standard about something years ago that was XHTML, and I'm not remembering. But HTMX, I think also fits this question, right? That's the thing where you literally like put the stuff in, and then there's no JavaScript. I have to imagine this is the what was meant here. Did you ever think about like?
It's a lot like Alpine. I mean. No, not really. I've built stuff like that in the past. It's fine, but you're limited. Like you can only live within the DSL, right? That's the problem is that you don't have the power of JavaScript. Unless you just go completely do manual DOM operations. Like you can't live in that world where like you're in the DSL, but then you get to pull back out.
Yeah. No, and I think this does also like HTMX. Like everything is server. Like okay, here's another one. I was thinking about moving Corset into workers and off the main thread. Declarative models seems like it might. Any thought on workers at all, or?
Oh, I thought they were offering to move it to do that work.
You're just like, yeah, sounds good. I was thinking about moving it, so yeah. So, do you think that's a good idea? Should they consider doing this work?
I don't know. Like I don't know. Making things async in DOM frameworks is kind of a weird thing to do. I've built a few web worker frameworks in the past, and I really like the idea of doing stuff. But this is definitely intended to be more low level, so we got to be sync.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I think we talked about this a little bit already, but was there like, I got the you're kind of like as it comes sort of thing. They're just a question about tooling, completions, probably types.
Yeah.
I guess you have. I guess or TypeScript with tag template literal is a fun game too. I guess.
Yeah, you can't really. I don't know. I don't think I'm good enough for TypeScript to pull that off.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I don't know. I had another DSL for SFMs called Lucy, and I spent some time working on a VS Code extension for that. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
I think I'd have to wait until it's a little bit more popular to take on that work. But I think it could be cool. There's lots of stuff you could do.
I was trying to remember about this. Yes, this is the thing. When I was talking about how you liked DSLs, this is the thing that was coming to my head. Yes, this, and it compiles down to XState. Yeah. So was that? So
the DSLs are great.
Yeah, lots of fun. Yeah. Okay, that's cool. I remember this. I was really curious if, like, I feel like if it's I guess this is always one of those things, right, where people go, oh, you're not going to need a state machine, and then people are like, okay, well, actually maybe you could use a state machine, and then you start going, okay, I'm just going to model stuff with state machines anyways. And I guess it gets to a certain point where like maybe you feel like the state machine has to be large enough or complex enough to or you have enough of them to make a DSL out of it. It's interesting though. Yeah. Sorry, I'm tangenting again, but I'm actually curious also, right. What were you doing at that time to be like, oh, I'm gonna make a DSL for finite state machines? Like, because this also seems like very out there compared to, say, working on SkyPack. I'm gathering was what was going on around that time, right?
Yeah, I think we were working. I think it's SkyPack. No, I mean, I always liked finite state machines and use them and stuff. I just like the options object API thing is, I think that's, to me, that was always one of the difficult things with FSMs, is just it again, it is like a different mental model. You know, like FSMs make things declarative as well. They make your runtime logic declarative. So I just, I just felt like a DSL was needed.
Right.
But like Lucy has the problem where Lucy is in a separate file, so like your mind has to be in two different worlds. That's a nice thing about tactical literal is you get to embed your DSL inside of JavaScript. So like you're still within the JavaScript world, and you're just kind of plugging into the DSL. That's like still a problem with Lucy though. Is like being a different, kind of have to do this context switch.
Right. So I'm picturing. Okay, is there a world where you?
So my no, they were. I don't know how they fit together because I was thinking about Lucy. So Lucy is like making your runtime logic declarative, right? Like all of your possible states. So like my idea was kind of going like, could you create like a really nice compiler based on Lucy to compile your DOM? Like what if Lucy knew about your view? What if like you were to put a template in Lucy? Well, Lucy knows all the possible states of your application, right? So it knows what states can change. It knows like what parts of your template, if it had templates, it would know what parts of your template could possibly change. So my idea was that Lucy could actually compile down to optimized views for the client because it would only have to include the parts that changed over time. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And how is that connected to Corset? It's not really connected, other than I was thinking about that problem when I started working on Corset.
No, that's cool. Yeah, I'm sure as we go through your GitHub here, we can find lots of interesting projects, but we'd be here forever.
Oh, yeah.
I think we should probably let Matthew go. It's been like 2 hours and 40 minutes at this point. He's getting on the 3-hour mark, which is very long to have a guest on your stream. Learn with Jason only does 90 minutes. Doing 120 is a lot, and we're like at, I don't know, what are we?
Yeah.
I can't even do the math anymore. That's how long it's been. Thank you all for your questions. Thank you, Matthew, for joining me today and talking about this stuff. Is there anything at the end you want to like shout out, or any projects or anything you want to like give a shout out here before we let you go?
Yeah, there's this project called Astro that everybody should check out. We just released 1.40 yesterday, which added a bunch of cool stuff. It added Astro cookies, which is an API for like manipulating cookies in Astro that's easier than like modifying headers and stuff. Lots of cool stuff there. So yeah, check out Astro.
Cool.
We need to do. You've already done with Fred, right? You've done a stream with Fred.
Yeah. I've had Fred on. That was an awesome stream, by the way. That was the one when we like. I'd never tried client idle. I'd only tried like eager stuff, and he's like, oh, you should just try the client idle. And it like everyone on the stream was used to my Hackernews demos like scoring like 50s, or if they were partially hydrated, maybe like 70, and then we got like a 94, and it was like green, and like it was just like that was a great time. And I also covered Astro on a previous stream too, when I was just exploring on my own. So yeah, people who are on the stream pretty familiar with Astro. And oh, here we are, 1.4 release. Nice. So yeah, I missed this announcement. I was too busy co-tweeting with Astro, but this looks cool. GSX supporting Vue. That's exciting.
Yeah. Do you know Bjorn from the Vite? He works on Vite. Bjorn.
I haven't met him.
Blue WI. You probably recognize him if you saw him. He works with us now.
Oh, okay.
So he did a lot of this stuff. He got like PNPM to work correctly. Like you used to have to use shameful hoisting with Astro. He fixed that for us. So
yeah, I mean, you could probably speak to it, but probably shouldn't get into it too much on the stream. But there are some common things that every Vue meta framework hits, and there's still some edges that are. That's awesome to have someone so close to Vite, so close to Vite working with you on this stuff. Yeah,
for sure.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Thank you so much for joining us today. So we're gonna let you go. You have a good rest of your day, and we're gonna continue the stream. The stream's not over at all. All right. Bye, Matt.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Oh, that was great. Honestly, Corset is so mind-bending. I was trying to, like, the thing was, I'm not the best person at CSS, as many of you probably imagine, and I wasn't expected to at first to be like so into the CSS of it, and that makes it even more clever, like, because it like actually follows the cascading rules and it uses like future syntax and stuff, which is I think just incredible. To kind of see like how to approach this problem in such a different way. Some people are pointing out like, yeah, it's the double app problem, and even Matthew kind of agreed on terms of like there's if you take either extreme, it's a good choice. In the middle, it's a little bit cloudier, but it makes sense because this is almost the purest version of like the opposite of the isomorphic. The isomorphic has the other problem. It's like kind of good in the middle zone and it isn't good on the edges, right? That's essentially the challenge there. So anyway, yeah. So how are we doing? I guess we're gonna get into this week in JavaScript soon. Ryan, are you saying 2 apps is okay? I am generally, I think there's a reason we're here, and I am trying everything possible to make us not have the 2 app, but I am not convinced that what we're doing is like at a certain point in the complexity, like, are you actually making people's lives better? I do. It's a hard one. I think I don't want to be in that middle zone if I have to do the 2 app thing. I think there's a whole ton of content sites and different types of sites that don't need to worry about that, and they're probably like, part of this is like the same way React's getting into server components, and we're going into that zone where we're like trying to do more than we intended. Like, you have a single page app framework now that you're expecting to do everything. So yes, in that sense, like, why aren't you just using the JavaScript you can? So from that perspective, it's not even 2 apps at that point. You're just doing what you need to do. It's hard to tell where those boundaries are and with the scale. And it's interesting is that we are trying on the isomorphic side to do everything, and that's often folly. So yes, I'm not saying 2 apps is okay necessarily. I'm just saying like there is a whole zone that covers a large number of apps where like, yeah, it's probably not a concern. I'm just very interested in whether we can actually just like not do that at all. But I don't know if I like, I'm not convinced yet that we're gonna love that. I've been crying about that comment about excellence. She said, yeah, I mean, it's why we're working on some slightly different problems, right? So like, yeah, I mean, this is a big space, and we're going to talk about that a little bit today on This Week in JavaScript, to be fair, because yeah, I've got some windows ready here so that we can kind of get into that conversation. Give me a second as I kind of prep that, but let's see if I can get that all into where I want to be. Okay. By the way, I've been watching some other streamers, and apparently I don't tell you all to like my videos or subscribe or follow nearly enough. And I was looking at the stats, and I was like, yeah, this is definitely true. There's way more people, who are watching at any given time than people who actually go and like hit the like on the YouTube. So please hit the like on the YouTube. I know this is shameless self-promotion, but that's what I'm doing here. Unsubscribe. There you go. It's hard to fall into, avoid falling into ideological camp around these topics. We tend to want to create one perfect solution rather than realizing that there are many factors to choose from for a particular problem. Yeah, I like that. But like, people are going to try, right? That's the thing, right? And man, we're in such React and everything. It's warped. And maybe not for everyone, like web dev is a wide open place, but it has warped the mind share centers where people come and discuss these ideas that like we want on a certain level that there would be just this one tool that can do everything. Sometimes, it's the classic thing, like, don't give the customer what they want. They don't realize what they're asking. But yeah, okay, sure. And it could also be, us as humans too, right? We want to, and as engineers who want to solve a problem. So, like we have no choice. Smash that like button. Yeah, thank you. I need to do better on that side, definitely. Especially when we have like large groups of followers. I always kind of miss that. But yeah, I think that the reason it's been pressing on me a little bit is just simply because of, how should I put it? Because like how much of an investment we're putting into stuff right now. It is big investment, like years long investment into things that we think will play out. As I've been hinting at, I think React is very close to doing something with server components. Like like the next stage is happening imminently. So like I think in quick release beta, which has been talk, I mean, we should just get into this week in JavaScript because we're going to talk about all this stuff and it's going to be awesome. Sorry, now I think about why is there no client-side multi-page app rendering inside the service worker should be possible. Yeah, people have played with it, but like, is there any benefit of that model over having like, because the thing is, MPA, it kind of suggests that immediately that you have a client-server model. So it's like, if you were going to have everything in the browser anyways, do you want a client-server model or do you just want like an app model? And then the answer for the last several years has been, I want an app model. It's interesting though, is if you decide that the client-server model is a better model that's actually scalable with the web, which might be actually a true statement, then having the ability to just port it into the service worker makes it a lot more attractive, because then you're like, not really losing anything. But as like a starting point, when you're like, I have a single platform, you're like, well, I'm going to write it like an app, not like a client server model. So I think that's basically it. Okay. All right. Let me see here. Give me 2 more seconds. Feel free to ask me any more questions in the chat before we get started. But I'm just going to get everything lined up for this week in JavaScript. Yeah. And it really is a continuation of the last couple of weeks, to be fair. Okay, cool. I think I'm in a good place. Let's get ourselves going and let's share our screen. All right. All right. Let's talk about this week in JavaScript. There's been a lot of chatter still kind of continuing on from last week. People talking about signals, and that's going to be a theme throughout this week. Reactivity is spreading like wildfire, at least in the kind of the mind share on Twitter. And obviously that's something that I find really exciting. I've been obviously a big fan of reactivity. I feel like some of my efforts have contributed to that spread. Not that these are things that I created. Reactivity of this nature has been around for quite some time. And it's even been popular like in the mainstream, like Vue is a reactive library. They kind of hid elements of it, but they've always been a reactive library. So, why now? There's a lot of ways to answer that question. We've talked about it before, but I actually, for me, like this kind of started this week with this whole thing. Paweł Kozlowski, sorry if I screwed up the name. He's actually a member of the Angular team at Google, and the Angular team is very interested looking at how to design signals and reactivity. I've actually been talking to Paweł for 2.5 years, maybe 3 years, about reactivity, and this kind of been like a long-term charting of potential direction to take Angular. And he was like, signals are the new VDOM, which pretty big statement. But yeah, like if anyone remembers when the VDOM came out, there's like dozens of different libraries coming out with like their own version, and benchmarks and trying to differentiate and figure out the best way to do stuff. And it feels like that is completely what's been happening with signals and reactivity, which is really weird to me because the VDOM, at least maybe I was out of the loop, felt like a relatively new concept, right? At the time, like there was some virtualization before, but people didn't have a virtual DOM. And reactivity is like as old as, like, it's very old in the academic world. And even in JavaScript, it was, there are libraries, like we talked about Knockout, we talked about CanJS today, that were doing this like 2010. So like 12 years ago. So, and I did get into it at that time. So for me, I'm like, it's hard for me to remove the baggage of 12 years of developing with signals, so to speak. But it is interesting to see the exploration, right? So this is just more people talking in synchronous nature, how it's not like RxJS. Signals existed before the VDOM. This is a great comment, and it's true. MobX, there's just so much of this, but right now everyone's trying to place it again, and I think that's really exciting, obviously from my perspective. We're going to talk about signals more in a minute. Well, actually, no, it continues right on. I'm actually going to highlight this article for a minute, because this is probably my choice of pick of article of the week. That isn't a topic that I have, but Fabio, who often comes in and dominates the chat on here with his knowledge, is a framework author of a framework called Voby. I hope I pronounced it right, which is basically another fine-grained reactive system that doesn't use our JSX compiler, but instead kind of does it something kind of similar to our HyperScript version of Solid, except he's added a lot of small things that makes it a lot nicer to use. He wrote an article where he's just there's a lot of things that I do differently from Solid, right? He's definitely so close into it that he's I think he said there's 30 things. He has a list of 30 things, so there could be 30 more of these articles, which is kind of exciting. But he spent the whole article talking about the difference between Solid and Solid's basically not using a custom transform. And his point was that the performance is basically untouched, and he is kind of right. That was one of his points right here, that Voby, Solid, Inferno in the middle, this is a very tight little loop. The performance is not, no compiler. That's not like this. There's small performance improvements you can make, but 90% of the performance comes from the runtime. But what was interesting for me, especially with this article, was he talked a lot about what kind of affordances and choices he made in order to, he passes things by function instead of calling the function, and little details like this. And for some people that will read this, they'll really respect how he simplified the model, or that the model maybe was originally simplified. To be fair, reactivity like this has existed for a while. I added the transform. That was actually one of the a lot of the things I added the transform were my additions. There were already libraries like this before I did that, but seeing both sides side to side really juxtaposes those trade-offs. And it's, for some people, they'll actually walk away from this article and appreciate what Solid does more. So I think I think this is a really great deep dive on an area that I don't document as well as I should. So do check it out if you're really into the guts of reactivity and reactive rendering. Super good article, and talks about some of the shortcomings of the compiler we have today. Some of the DOM component spreads are good, but some DOM element spreads have some limitations. These are all things we're working on, but this goes very in detail. Really, if this is an area of interest to you, I'd definitely check it out. So yeah, reactivity, right? Yeah, this Corset announcement. Let's get to that in a minute. What do I want to talk about? We're going to talk about Quick again this week. Quick has announced that they are working on a fine-grained update system. Basically something. Essentially, it's the same reactivity as Solid. For those who don't know, Quick today uses a virtual DOM. So even if they kind of are smart about when they download stuff, when it's time to go, they suddenly need the component to be there. And this changes that. That's why I've been bugging Michiko for months and months and months. I was like, this is how you actually solve hydration. It's the components. If you really want to get sizes down, do that. And Manu from the Builder team does an incredible demo on the stream where he shows off how this would work, which is really cool because this is a large part of what I wanted to work towards also in Solid 2.0. So they are showing that it's possible. What we've talked about on a few of our previous streams about how one could go about doing resumability with fine-grained runtime reactivity. So I'm definitely going to keep a closer watch on this as we continue to build out Solid 2.0. But really interesting stuff. And again, this is all about signals. I did quite enjoy that they had a segment in this video that was exactly... they recognized some of the design qualities about Solid. They did go with the dot value instead of the function calls, which I have an opinion about. But they did recognize that calling the thing from the outside in the syntax instead of passing signals through actually makes the developer experience a lot nicer. And this is kind of interesting. They actually read and talked about that article I just shared in terms of influencing them to go that direction. By Fabio, they actually read it and they're like, oh, I actually like what Solid's doing here, and they're like, we should do that in Quick. So very interesting thing. Yeah, I mean, there's been some discussion about dot value, and it's so obvious to me why that's not the way to go. But a lot of people, have different opinions on it, and I can respect those opinions. But the big thing with the functions is that it's like the same sort of pattern, right? Like this, not this, but like if we want count to be double count, like just think. And this is such a simple example, but the second you want to make count double count, like or any kind of derived data, whether it's a memo or whatever. But the second you do that, it's just double count, right? Like this sort of derivation doesn't force it. And people talk about the JSX and like, well, it's fine because you know this. But picture if this was now dot value and your bindings expected dot value. Are you going to go and be like, okay, I'm going to write get this return, like, is this what you're doing, right? Like, what? Like, you're not going to do this yourself. You're probably just going to be like, screw this, create computed or whatever you want to call in your framework, and just do this. And this is one of those things that I really wanted to actually avoid. It's called overwrapping. The expense of computation is actually expensive, right? Like essentially, like sure, we can do fancy stuff with the JSX compilation, but what if you want to make like an API, like something like something that updates a counter. So you want to make a custom like count equals like create interval API, right? Which is like a custom composed hook that you defined everything. I'm stealing this from like the Dan Abramoff counter example, where you want to like run some kind of code here, or like basically compose up more advanced behavior. What are your APIs going to take objects that have dot value on it, or are they going to take functions? It just like, this is sort of a mess from my perspective, because people start just wrapping everything in computeds just so that they can get the same signature, right? Like this is a very non-friendly to composition sort of pattern, because like you can't just like call some functions. I mean, you could, but there's two arguments on this side, right? There's this one that I'm talking about why you want to do the function, and then there's a second one of like why you always want to do this instead of doing this, right? Because if you do this, if your framework expects this, and then you want to do like this, you now have to do dot this or call the function. Like, you're making it inconsistent. And if this is button, you inside here, when you make a button component, should you be like, do you want people to be like, if is signal props dot double count? Like, you start getting people to have to guard against the, like, whether you pass an expression with a dot value, or whether you pass like just a string or like that. Like this whole zone on composition kind of gets into this like weird thing that just evaporates to a certain degree if you just use functions, right? And I mean, I feel like some like Vue has always been mutable, and they had their whole setup with like the objects before they went to the primitives. So I understand Vue's heritage, and like they should keep. It feels like Vue to be like that. But what was weird to me was like when Preact and even Quick went with the dot value signature, because it's like Preact is like a VDOM library. They understand unidirectional flow, right? Do you want like okay, like here's an example that I can think of. In order to get like the superpower with Preact, so let's like get some text here that we're going to do here. In order to get the superpower where you're actually I'm just going to do something like this, where we actually like get the text node to update and only the text node to update. You have to pass the signal all the way through. So actually, you have to let's make this children. It doesn't really matter. You actually have to pass this signal all the way through. So this actually has to be count like this if you want Preact to essentially get the magic, right? But what happens? I mean, for something direct like this isn't a problem because like you go straight into the DOM and it's going to work. But like, what happens if like someone was like doing something else here, and like, do you know, like, do you have to check if they like, what if they didn't pass count? What if they passed 4? Like, you have to know whether you have to call it as a value or not if you have some kind of, I don't know, what do we call it, computed or something in here. You're going to have to be like, okay, is this props dot children dot value, or is it props dot children? So it's kind of funny. Like they're actually pushing you to pass the signal through to get the performance, but then you're kind of left like the author of the component has to make the decisions, right? And like, yeah, I mean, see, here's the thing. I was talking about Esno the other day, right? And I was saying types could be our way out of this. I think if we had a perfectly sound typed library where we could use the types to inform the compilation, I'd be okay with this and be like, this is type signal or whatever. But like we would, yeah, as an end user piece, this is not what I'd want to be dealing with at all. And I feel like these things all compound when you actually put the whole picture together, right? So it's both of those issues, both the idea of passing signals through and the idea of, how should I put it? The idea of like being able to compose very easily just using functions. It just, everything is consistent at that point. It's very clean once you treat it like that. I mean, don't get me wrong. This is why we have the destructure rule, but like I wouldn't back off of that for the world. It's like the difference between being able to like not destructure versus having to deal with this is just, it's not even close from my perspective, but I know some people will feel differently. Yeah, signals can be hoisted globally, definitely. Like you can be like, it doesn't matter. I mean, if I understand what you mean, you're just talking about like can we actually, can we just go back to the original? Are you talking about like can I do this? Right. Right. Yeah, it's interesting, but some people suggested this to me, and I'm also not a fan of this because I get where it's coming from, but like it's, and this is again the thing is like, is count the value of count or is count the accessor? And for me, count is the accessor. It's, yeah, I mean, it's a subtle thing, but that I don't view it as a getter. I view it as the thing, which is probably really weird, but it's just kind of, I know from a learning standpoint, we do this because then people go, oh, I get it. It's a get and a set function. You make it really clear to people. But when you start, like, back to my silly example here, when you start doing this and you go, okay, let's make double count, like how far do you go down this rabbit hole? Get double count. I mean, I guess it makes it really explicit, but at a certain point, yeah, I mean, maybe that like gives a nice code uniformity. It's then you know like know where all the getters are. I don't know. I've never been a huge fan of this because things can mix and match. It's interesting. Then you just like have a bunch of gets everywhere. That's yeah. I mean, this is the whole point. We don't care. That's what's so beautiful about the approach we do. We don't care. You author your components. If it's something that you think can change, because I feel like it's the component author who decides the capability of their component. So if it's something that can change, wire it like it can change. If it doesn't change, who cares? Right. Yeah, I haven't seen this, but maybe drop a link in the chat. That's interesting. But yeah, I'm kind of going on a tangent here. I have too many years of bias behind me for why I'm just not. I'm kind of surprised by this choice, but we'll see, because I feel like we learned stuff from React. Like we learned of that. We learned that like unidirectional flow is good. And I didn't show this earlier when I did our button, but if we start passing the components or this, if we put it together, like we pass the getter and setter through, we're basically tying our whole tree. Like any point of the tree could subscribe to this getter setter, and then any point of the tree could update it and impact any part of the tree above it. Right? This is what I call the butterfly effect. When you make some state, you pass it through 3-4 components, and component 3 in some weird edge case writes something that causes component 1 to re-render. And you're just like, what the hell's going on here? I hit it a bunch back in the knockout days. And when you're passing the getter setter together and you're not enforcing the unidirectional flow, like this is why talks exist, like rethinking React, rethinking UI at Facebook talk. I've showed this talk multiple times. The one was Jin Yang who talked about like flux and control flow. Like I'm very surprised that like frameworks that came out and worked through immutability, explicitness, unidirectional flow, like all the keystones of how we build UIs today would be like, oh yeah, and then we're just going to freely mutate stuff. Let's go. Like it's surprising to me. I just wonder if we're just at this point where there's like such a desire to get away from React, to differentiate, to be like get away from the like the heaviness and be like we're just making things easy and simple, you know, like get rid of the dependency arrays and all this stuff. Like there's such a desire to go that direction that we're just like overcompensating a little bit. I mean, if some people were trying to figure out what I meant, I wrote a kind of cryptic tweet the other day where I said, when we strike out from came before, we tend to overcompensate, put too much emphasis on differences even if they aren't as important. This seems wasteful to me because the unconfident is so for a good reason. But if we don't make big enough gestures, are we doomed to go unnoticed? The pragmatist in me prefers to keep the cycles tighter, saves overcorrection. It's like being on the inside track of a circuit race, but maybe that's just a lack of imagination. It could also be that acknowledgement everything stands on the shoulders of what came before. This actually is partially me talking about the fact that Solid doesn't stand out when you compare it to things like Svelte. You know, like people see Solid, they see React, it's the same. And it was also me talking about the signals thing, because like it's just like, how hard do we have to pull away from React to get noticed when like React's philosophies and stuff are actually kind of good. We shouldn't forget that when we kind of like step back to change our direction. Right? That's awesome. I'm glad like if other people's experience matches mine. It's not going to be everyone's experience, but yeah, we get MobX. Yeah, it was interesting. Well, this because people really wanted it. I've talked about this before in articles too. Like a bunch of people saw React and saw the technology, saw the VDOM, and was like, yes, this is what we do. But like that wasn't the part. I shared that Dan Abramoff article when I did the React stream. It's like the good parts of React aren't the technologies. That's what I've incorporated and brought into Solid. React has some good technology, I guess, but that was never what excited me about React. I mean, I have to admit, I saw what they're doing, and I'm like, it has to be slower. Yeah, I mean, I always joke about this that everyone can do whatever the hell they want. They can take these primitives and use them in the thing. But this is why I look at the defaults. To be fair, someone pointed out that dot value has a performance improvement on the getter because you can use the object prototype instead of binding this to the function, which actually helps with memory allocation, which helps with creation time. But I mean, there's so many things you can pick apart on that, right? I think I showed the Preact benchmarks last stream, possibly, and I showed like there was like I mean, I don't even do I have it here? Do JS framework benchmark. Are we running? We might even be running right now. We are, right? Like, just because something theoretically can be faster doesn't always pan out there that way. Like, this is like the highest memory on this whole benchmark of the libraries I chose was the Preact signals. Because like even if they have that optimization, there's other places to improve and stuff. So I'm sure this stuff will all just get better as time goes on. But like, yeah, I mean, it's never that simple. Like this has been the challenge with the benchmarks and stuff, and tech talk on Twitter, because people like to come in and talk about how they make something X times faster, and I just haven't had that experience in so many years, and never did. Everything was, inch by inch, small piece by small piece. Like, you only get to make the big savings, I feel like, when you make an architectural change. Like, it's not like something that you just magically come across. Like, I know of a month back, a few of you were all like, "Oh, what's up with what was it like? What's that framework? The fast VDOM one, Million JS, was it Million?" I can't search millions. Add million JS. Right. I mean, again, a 17-year-old kid doing some amazing work. You go on the really slick website, probably slicker than any website I've ever made. 11 times faster, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. And you found this tangent, and then like when push comes to shove, the keyed implementation wasn't there yet, so you dropped it. Finally did a non-keyed implementation, and like, this benchmark's not everything, but it gives you an indicator here. Here is React, here is millions use React, and here is millions itself. I have no concern with, like, it's okay if people like benchmark and find their own ways to measure and decide how performance matters, but like, when you go, I'm going to advertise I'm 11 times faster than React, you got to like put it on balance on this. Like, like no individual metric here is 11 times faster than React, and on average it's actually quite a bit slower than React, with React, and slower on its own. But I want to be clear, this might be like a heavy-handed look at this, but like, you see this all the time, right? People kind of post on Twitter, and they're just like, "Oh yeah, I did this performance thing," and then like it never kind of comes to fruition, or when it does, they're strangely absent from benchmarks, which is fine. Like, again, you don't need to enter it, because maybe this is what happens. You claim performance a whole bunch and then you don't actually deliver on it, right? Like, things are always improving, so you can't like just hold it to what the standards today. But like, this is a big part of the signals conversation, right? Because everyone's like talking about how they use signals and things. I hate to break it to people, but reactivity is pure overhead. Reactivity is, when you add reactivity to a system, you make it slower. That's how this works. What's compelling about reactivity is it's a different kind of change model that lets you not do other things. So if you use reactivity, you can like not use a VDOM. Like, that's why like solid benefits from signals way more than Preact does. Like, it's not even comparable, because of what we don't do. And Quick is going to benefit from signals incredibly, because what they can do with the hydration, right? It's like reactivity is incredibly powerful, but it is always going to be more expensive than the thing without reactivity. Putting them together, you can come up with like good compromises and good ergonomics and like make things nicer and stuff, but it is always going to be an overhead. Right? But the thing is, advertising framework is more fun than efficiency. Yeah, exactly. You want to make, you talk about ergonomics, and that's why we don't talk about performance very much with Solid and talks and marketing stuff. I talk about control. I talk about how transparent it is, about how you can just kind of do what you expect, which is, a super powerful message. And not talk about the performance, but it's challenging, because you get to a certain plateau where the performance is plateauing and you're like, it's not good enough. This is the challenge Quick's been hitting, right? Because let's kind of put ourselves in Mishko's headspace here. He's come up with an architectural approach, and there's others kind of playing around in this area too. You have Marco 6, you have React Server Components, some of the research stuff we've been doing, Solid Start and all that, and Fresh sort of on the fringe. We're all kind of playing around on the fringe stuff, but he's actually gone to a point where he's kind of going like, look, I can prove it. I've gone a little further than everyone else. I've got the stuff. But then, like, people are like basically like, I don't care about performance. And it's like, well, what other angle do you push at it? You're like, okay, well, the ergonomics are very similar to React, and you get the performance. Is that enough? You'd think it would be, but people are still like, it's a very hard sell on performance, but sometimes it's a thing you got to hear. So, like, but the problem is performance is such a muddled zone, because like, if you took Quick today and put it in the JS framework benchmark, right? Like, if you went there and you were like, okay, I'm going to go to JS framework benchmark and I'm going to make a version of Quick. I have an inside track because I actually did this myself, but I'm not sharing results. They're going to be the official results. But I'm saying is, roughly speaking, your quick in the JS framework benchmark is going to probably be somewhere around here-ish, I'd say. And the challenge is, like, this benchmark does not matter at all to what Quick's doing. Like, Quick's like, look, we can scale JavaScript and load and solve this problem that literally every large enterprise and e-commerce site deals with. But if you as a developer go, like, someone approached me today and they're like, okay, I'm gonna make I've got a benchmark, and they're like, in my benchmark I show that Imba is 9 times faster than Svelte and React. And I looked at the benchmark and I was like, okay, well, you're just measuring scripting time, not rendering time. Which is fine, because people like look at JavaScript, but I'm like, no, let's measure the whole rendering time, because that's actually the experience the end user feels. And in the end, Svelte and React are actually almost the same. They actually got closer, and Imba's percentage went, instead of being 9 times faster now, when you normalize it, when you consider vanilla and you do stuff, it's like 15% faster or whatever in this specific benchmark. In fact, I corroborated. I went partial update, and I was like, oh look, IMBA's right here. It's number 3 for this one specific benchmark. IMBA is very, very impressive. Like, look, solid's actually all the way over here. Like, this is actually a very impressive number. But when you kind of holistically look at this and you go find IMBA, it's like next to Vue, I think, somewhere over here. Yeah, right. It's still decent, but it's like you know what I mean. Like, the thing is, you can always focus in on like a single metric or a single thing and miss the full story. So whether or not like Quick is somewhere over here on performance, or actually a little further, it doesn't actually matter for what they're kind of getting at. And I think this is the challenge with performance, because performance is a meme. So if people do pay attention to you, they're going to do something they can easily verify. And the problem with the easy verify, and it's the same problem, actually, I got another example for you. React concurrent rendering is in here now. Useless for this benchmark, but like let's do it. So we have React, where are we? React hooks, somewhere around here. React hooks, and then, yeah, so let's remember this. React hooks here around 176, and if we scroll this way, we will find React use transition over here. Here we go. So there's concurrent rendering. It's like when we moved from single core to multi-core CPUs. Like some processes are only optimized for single core because that's the way they're written today. And I think that like the performance conversation, we talked about the gaps in the server rendering performance thing. Like all the benchmarks right now, like this is a pretty good benchmark for client performance, but it doesn't tell the whole story. We need to get benchmark for server thing. So it's only one piece of the puzzle. And but it's still like a piece. I feel like this is the why there's this dread, right? Because if you like work on something that maybe doesn't do well here, it gets over amplified compared to the things that you do good. So this is a challenging balance for me, because on one hand, I do like to micro optimize and look at how, like, through a very like a wide set of tests, you know, through different common interactions, how we could optimize for it. On the other hand, you know, like this doesn't tell the whole story. Yeah, exactly. Yes, this is what I. Yeah, and I feel like this is kind of the problem we're gonna hit with concurrent rendering and whatnot. So like, okay, you know, like I'm just trying to like kind of put this in that perspective here, because like signals have kind of become part of that conversation. And like I already talked before how like the benchmark that was used around the signals was really quite poor. But the thing is, like, has anyone published a better benchmark? There actually are a couple, but then they got pulled down. So like this is we have to not only evolve our frameworks, but evolve the way we measure them. Otherwise we'll just like only build towards a certain target. Sometimes I comment that the JS framework benchmark is kind of hit the end of its usefulness. And I think it has on the hyper optimized level. Anything over here, essentially, there's nothing to complain about. But I do think there's still value in understanding the cost of trade-offs and how that affects design, especially for the framework developers themselves. So, okay, so that was a little rant on that. But I honestly do watch this demo for Quick. It is the coolest thing. I wasn't sure they were going to go here. I wasn't sure they were going to drop the VDOM. This is what I always pictured for how this technology would work. I have to admit, like, I saw this and I'm like, oh man, they're sniping Solid 2.0. But you know, this is really cool. It's so cool that I can't not talk about it. I forget, someone in the chat here was like, you were the first one to explore this territory and materialize it into a library, yet you were quite secure in hyping others who mimic Solid's approach in their library. It's rare as everyone here is like, this tool is created and it's the best solution for everything. I mean, that's a lot of pressure to try and be the best solution for everything. I mean, that is the goal right now, as I mentioned, this kind of MPA SPA split, but like that's too much for one person. I'm very excited to see progress here. I'm very excited what this means for Solid, but like this is really quite cool. All right. Yeah, talking about multi-framework love. This tweet was a lot of fun too. Finally got to do the Astro Solid co-tweet. This, I don't know if anyone saw the Astro, how you know your teenager's talking about Astro tweet, but there was no BFF, so definitely was a lot of fun. Okay, where are we going here? We are going to talk about the React thing in a minute. I just want to make sure that I've put some other stuff away before we go there. Right, we talked about that. Yeah, I mean, to answer your question here. Quick, basically, the next day was like, yeah, we're ending the debate about MPA versus SPA. These concepts lose all their meaning with resumability. And I said, this is going to be a theme we're going to see a lot in the next months. Last year, we saw SSG and SSR collapse together thanks to edge functions and smarter caching. Resumability, hybrid routing, partial hydration, and React server components are all efforts to close the SPA-MPA divide. Right? So, like, I think this is part of a very big conversation, and this is going to tie into some of our React conversations, but I just want to put this out here that, like, this is not just quick. In a sense, it's not just React server components. There's a reason everyone is biting at the bit here. Sunil was talking about like the comeback of MPAs. We're already seeing that right now because of Astro. Astro should be way more popular still. Like Astro is that like reset, fresh air that we've been waiting for. You want to get rid of the complexity, use Astro. You just that's how you reset expectations and get out of where we are today. I think we can do more than what Astro is doing today. Astro might do more than what Astro is doing today in the future, but I know we can definitely do more than what Astro is doing today. But we need that reset, and there's so many sites, so many things out there that they should just be using Astro. End of story. Or Marco, to be fair. Marco's had a harder time on the marketing thing, and I've actually told people that so many people should have been using Marco 5 all this time. But Astro's interop story with other existing frameworks and stuff makes it a little bit easier for me to just say that whole thing, even though like Marco is very much, and has been that way for like 8 years, that technology. It's time for that reset. But that's not where this stops. And yeah, that's going to be great conversation. Right? Yeah, I mean, no one's actually there yet. I mean, this is all about hype building and vision stuff, and I think there's a good balance to be had. I don't like vaporwaring it. I don't like demos that like show something and then you never release it. But I think it's good to talk about the future so people understand where things are heading. You know, the same way we've been talking about resumability and Solid. I don't have that yet. Right? So like I think this is really exciting. But yeah, before I continue, actually, I got like a couple Solid announcements that I just want to sneak in here. Solid Query. Bam. I love them over at Tanstack. Solid was the first other than React library to get that. And honestly, I don't know if you all have noticed. Let's see if I can find the official website here. Yeah. Tanstack's Query. Powerful async state management for TypeScript, JavaScript, React, Solid, Vue, and Svelte. React, Solid, Vue, and Svelte. Yeah, I mean, I'm just, yeah. You'll notice this theme here, but big fans of Tanstack and what they've been doing for Solid, and they give us some nice props there. So, This is really big for us. The reason I'm excited about this, I haven't talked about it much, is that like Solid Start, we have our own actions and server stuff, our actions and server data and server actions, which is super powerful. It gives you that like remix style thing, but like with a little bit more power behind it. But like the thing is, some people are still not going to do that. They're going to be like, I'm not doing progressive enhancement. I have this crazy app. I need React Query, and I need it at full capability. Because create resource is a great primitive, but it's not the full story. We needed to build something on it, so we built something that's like a good, happy. I'm building, an app like as I mentioned, like a Remix Plus kind of scenario. But some people are going to still need the heavy guns. They'll need GraphQL. That's fine. They're going to need solid query, and because we built our primitive as server, not like a not create server props, not loader, all that. Solid query is going to feel first party in Solid Start. It's literally going to feel like we built the framework for it. Like we're like people are going to come in and be like, oh yeah, like isn't that how Solid Start works? Like that's how primitives make these other third party libraries feel like they are. Like the framework was built with them in mind. And I am super stoked for this one because I have a feeling that some people will just come up with opinionated stacks around Solid Start where they just like, this is just installed and that's the way it is. Like the T3 stack equivalent for Solid Start is going to be like, oh yeah, this is the query thing. And no one will even bat an eyelash because it's going to work as nicely as all of our native methods. It's going to be just as smooth. You're going to be like, oh yeah, we just don't do it that way, and it works just as good, and that's just the experience. So I am like, this is so awesome. Yeah, I mean, for some people, what Solid Start's going to do is actually more than enough, and it's incredibly powerful and it's simple and stuff. But what I'm getting at is like, this is for those who need that next step. This just fits seamlessly. It can actually fit seamlessly side by side because we do granular things. You could literally have a route section, and because it's not like a data loader or whatever, you can literally go I'm going to do one of my data sets with solid query, and I'm going to do my other data set with server data. And you can have solid query use a server function, and they can both always fetch on the server, and they can just use their own system. Like if you want to, I don't know necessarily why you'd want that scenario, but you can literally mix and match, and it works. It'll just feel like native Solid Start. That's like the power of what we're doing here, and this plays into this plan so nicely. So yeah, this is awesome. Jack's back to making some awesome Solid content. 60 frames per second audio thing. This is a cool little demo showing like how you can like get like flawless animation performance with Solid and how audio kind of visualizer controls work. I think he pulls D3 in and stuff. Definitely check it out. Yeah, I got to plug this while we're going. If you're Canadian, I guess East Coast, come see us in Montreal. I won't be there, but David's going to be there. That's October 5th, I believe. So yeah, it's we're going to have I guess this is our third meetup. We're still planning some ones. I think there might be a Miami meetup in the works. A lot of really cool projects like this Kanban board. I like that David did this. He finally shone some light on Solid Primitives, which is an amazing library. People talk about lack of ecosystem, but they don't we don't do a good enough job advertising it. We show people's projects and stuff, but Solid Primitives is like React use or Vue use. It has about 140 primitives, and it's actually like, this is like your tool belt. Like when you pick up Solid, you might not have every ecosystem library, and we got smattering of component libraries, smattering thing, but all those kind of like glue pieces, like I don't know, internationalization, all these like little pieces are in this repo, right? Yeah, talking about this cool stuff. Mecha Bricks is rebuilding their homepage in Solid. And how about this? Native script Solid. We already saw, I think, Tori, and we saw Capacitor. There's just getting so many ways to build like mobile or native apps using Solid. It's really like, this is not the boundary it was in the past. I haven't used this one yet, but I think this is very cool that we have legit ways to actually building mobile. Yeah. So okay, there's my little Solid plug in the middle. Let's get back on topic. So yeah, just to make sure, here, should we start here or should we start here? I feel like actually we should probably start here. Dan had a kind of big talk about the layout RFCs, and he was kind of comparing. Gatsby released a partial hydration RFC, which I'm gathering, I didn't read it too closely. Actually, you know what? Should we look right now and see what this is? Because you're like, what? Why is Gatsby working on partial hydration? Aren't they just going to use server components like the rest of us? We're happy to announce partial hydration in Gatsby 5. You gain the ability to mark specific parts of your site as interactive while the rest is default. No, so they're literally adding their own islands framework. Are they using server components? Let's find out. Server. Okay, no, it is powered by server components. We implement the latest draft spec. Maybe they're just like doing it in a constrained way. Okay. Anyway, this conversation about Gatsby and partial hydration ended up kind of getting over to here. And Dan starts talking about how partial hydration and React server components are different. Right? And he's like, oh, I know everyone loves partial hydration terminology, but it always breaks my brain because in our model, the entire tree gets hydrated, not partial. It's just the server pre-built ones have no code. I dislike that people think of it like isolated islands, which is kind of funny because this is exactly the opposite of what Seb was saying last week. And then someone talks about how I differentiate selective and partial, but he's like, that thread isn't about server components, right? It's about hydration. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. So the point is that it's roughly the same characteristics as partial solutions people are excited about, but without the artificial constraint of isolated parts. We're actually tied to a tree. It's just that the tree only exists on the server. And I was like, well, he's like, another way of seeing it is like fractal islands. You can nest them as much as you want and have static parts in between, and the client parts can still communicate because they're one tree conceptually. They're not like jQuery widgets. And I was like, everything I've seen suggests that the trees are similar. I was trying to say, like, everyone who's been watching my demos knows my silly partial hydration example, right? Like, we saw this earlier on stream, where if you go here, these are static parts because we don't serialize or send any of that between tree, rendered on server, static parts in between, still works. So I kind of got into a discussion with Dan about this. The key to me is the ability to refetch and have the server be reconciled. Yes, server components are different because you can re-render the server stuff. And he's like, by nesting, I don't mean nesting server includes, but the ability to pass server includes into client components, i.e. a client tab bar can receive several tabs of children, and each tab's content is from the server. And yeah, I was like, yeah. This is exactly this. If you saw the authoring, each toggle component gets passed, each client toggle component gets passed server rendered comment components that have toggle components in them that get passed server rendered thing. It's like, it's a crazy recursive map, but you could see that it's actually very similar to what he's describing. So we, yeah, it's always hard with these things after the fact because you can like go, where did the conversation fork? Where did it fork? Yeah, here it is. Because you can recursively nest islands through the child projections. I've tested every islands implementation, and only Fresh didn't support them at the time. And I'm sure Fresh probably supports them now. We should actually revisit those broken betas for Hacker News and see if we can actually make an updated version and have them all working. Remember, Quick City didn't deploy. Fresh couldn't do recursive partial hydration. We hit some other interesting problems. I think Nuxt had a small bug. Many frameworks treat the top-level non-island component as separate pages, but that isn't necessary. They can have a shared root. There isn't much incentive today, but I expect that to evolve in some cases. So basically, I'm saying like every islands framework can actually do this thing that Dan considered a differentiator for React server components. And I think that's interesting because Dan was like, oh, is there an example? Because like he wasn't expecting that, which is good because I'm hoping this is where the conversation's going, right? People generally don't have time to look in depth into everyone else's solution. So it's fine that Dan from React is working on React problems and not like dissecting Astro. But essentially, he did identify something that I think is actually kind of interesting. He identified that we don't pass context through. I realized that it was actually something really easy for us to do. And I was like, I actually kind of pinged Nate from Astro and was like, hey, can we make a demo for this? But essentially, React, expecting the tree to be like that, is geared up that way, that they pass context through the islands, where we don't do that, because most, like, right now Astro is set up to be like, how should I put it? It's Astro set up to be like multi-framework. It like doesn't care about those communication, but it's completely possible. So like I definitely was gonna make an Astro demo for it, and possibly with Solid Start, show how we can pass context through the islands, so you can get the hierarchical thing back. I think it's interesting because people aren't authoring apps like that today. But it's, again, why I like the Hackernews thing, because I think it's inevitable with islands that you end up authoring apps this way if you want to get the best partial hydration. So, like, I think at a certain point in this conversation, I'm not sure I'm going to find it, but eventually we get to this point where Dan goes, okay, like, lay it to me straight. Are you guys at least considering the fact of like getting rid of the page reloads? And essentially I'm like, yeah, everyone is looking at it. And I think at that point, yeah, here we go. Do you envision ever supporting refreshes from the server? I feel like without that insight, it's unclear how far it's worth going down this road. And I'm like, you know what? Completely. And I talked to him about some of the techniques and stuff that we're doing right now. I'm actually going to demo a little bit of that at VeeConf. But it's similar to the demo we already did for the Solid Start stream. But I felt very good about this conversation, because I think at the end, people start realizing that we're working on the same problems. You know, it's not about evolutionary ends, if you pick up from last stream. So yeah, I think this was a good conversation, because Dan pointed out a real gap, something that I want to address in kind of more partial hydration solutions. Things like Marco and Quick obviously are that mindset, and they do it, but stuff like Astro and like our Solid Start demos don't do this kind of stuff yet. And on the same time, I think we helped him gain a better appreciation for what we're working on. So that's always a plus. Okay, I might have kicked up a little. We'll come back to React in a minute. I might have kicked up a little bit of dirt or stuff in here. I was actually being completely honest. Someone made this like very simple login app with Svelte, and it was like so simple. You went in and you're like, okay, this is SvelteKit, like with the new routes and everything. And the app basically, shell, nothing in it, right? You go in, you have your routes, and you have your like main page, and then you have a login page and a sign up page, right? So this is like, you're logged in, and then this is how you log in, and this is how you sign up. It's a very simple app, right? So you go on page, and you're like, okay, simple app, whatever, if it's the link. But then when you go into something like login, you have the page server and a page Svelte. And I looked at this, and I was like, there's like no JavaScript in here. It's just like, get me the types for the action, and then pass it to this form. And then on the server, you have all the JavaScript code that does all the form handling. So this is progressive enhancement. This is SvelteKit's version of the remix thing or the Solid Start thing that we've been doing. Like they're building it as a nice primitive, very simple pattern. And then when I go back into sign up, it's the same kind of pattern. And we have a dot server and a dot svelte, and this is the SvelteKit routing. And I said to Rich, I'm like, when I looked at this, and I mean, you can really appreciate this even in GitHub with my view blown up. When you go here and you go, okay, and you get in, you're like, okay, here's my page. This is my view, like code, because there's basically no JavaScript in it. And then like, here is my stuff. And basically in an IDE, you can see all the code in a single screen. Like there isn't that much code. And I was like, the lack of boilerplate, almost no client JS, and the push of logic to server in separate JS files really brings back MVC vibes. That like looking back and forth between two files written in completely different technologies to complete the picture. And what did I say here? Like looking at the Svelte file, and then you look at look at the form in there, and then what's the action? Then you look at the JS code, and you can go back and forth. And it's a different boundary, but I remember creating dozens of folders, back in the day for MVC, where I had like an index.js, or it was actually index coffee. I had to shorten it because Twitter length. View.pug and style.stylus. And seeing the unified folder structure felt very reminiscent. You just had these folders that all had files with the exact same name in it, and each one was split by technology. Like, it was like CoffeeScript, Pug, Stylus, all files with the same name, right? Index.coffee, view.pug, style.style, or whatever, and then just a billion folders of that. That is what Svelte. I mean, that is basically what SvelteKit is, right? Open the folder, page.server, page.svelte, and you're actually incentivized to go this way when you have stuff like Svelte language. It's so terse that you like CoffeeScript or all those white space languages that it actually, if you develop like this, you almost never need to scroll. Obviously, if the size of this maybe gets too large, you need to scroll. But generally speaking, with the terse enough languages, you almost never need to scroll. And this is a legit development experience. I thought it was like really interesting, honestly, because like on one hand, I am all about co-location, and everything I've been doing has been about like making the co-location thing, because like, it's like how I unlock what I want to accomplish. But it's interesting because he's like, this is very deliberate. Our experience has been co-locating client-server data fetching render code lives considerable confusion about what's happening and what code goes where. Reasonable people can disagree about where the boundaries lie, but our design is empirically based. So he's done the studies, so to speak. And then some people are like, this is interesting. Other people are like, I don't know about that. But, how did you measure it? But I mean, I'm probably not going to find it, but someone further in the thing thought it was really interesting how Solid prioritizes flexibility, where Svelte prioritizes restriction to streamline developer experience. Like, it's a very deliberate choice, because as Nikhil explains here, he's like, the cool thing about what Solid does with the co-location is you can always just not co-locate, so you can actually do either, and it's not much overhead. And you literally the team can choose how they want to do it, and you can maximize it for your use case, and you can start together and then build out and do this, and it's dynamic. And, these are all things that we like for people who don't use SFCs. This is like why we love having multiple components in the same file. Why one of the reasons I love component lists. I like the fact that we can kind of just build stuff as we go, and those boundaries don't matter, and then we learn and we build, and that was my experience, and I loved that because I worked in startups and I worked in things where that kind of basis where things are dynamic, and you're like, you things grow, things change. But on the other hand, if you're working enterprise, the Angular thing, and literally you just go in this folder, there's 3 files in it, put this here, put this here, put this here. It's attractive. It's probably why Next.js has gone the way of having their folder based routing too, where they're just like, fallback goes here, placeholder goes here, do this. I honestly think that it's terrible, but I wouldn't want to use that. But you got a team of 200 people, and you're just put this in bin A, put this in bin B, and put in bin C. It makes a lot of sense. And to be fair, on the Svelte side, there is once you're already in single file components, you're doing that kind of split. If you're terse enough and you get in the single file, it is actually a really enjoyable developer experience to be able to never scroll and just switch between files. It's different, and maybe because of the way we can go through code now with VS Code, trace through definitions, all that, it's not as powerful as it was for me back 10 years ago or whatever, or 12 years ago. But I can see positives on that side. But so it was just interesting how deliberate these kind of framework choices come in. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think file system routing is important, although there's some friction against that too. Tanstack router is doing some incredible typing on parameters that you just can't really easily do with file system routing. You'd have to use type gen and stuff. I don't think we can give up file system routing for that, but it is interesting. I mean, there was a tweet where people calling the new hidden spa mode of Astro, where they're people are building Tanstack apps as a page in Astro. And I think it's interesting because on one side I'm you're not really giving the thing is, Tanstack is so powerful that it could be just a meta framework itself. It's built on very good primitives, but on the other hand, you're the framework isn't really helping you here. In a sense, a Next or a Remix or whatever, it's to streamline your experience and be able to leverage it more for the spa case. But it is interesting that there are definitely people who are going to put a non-file system router inside a server file system router. So anyway, yeah, I thought that was an interesting interaction, and it touches on a lot of highly opinionated places, but it is interesting to see what I couldn't call the isomorphic MVC, essentially, because classic MVC, things are all like either on the client or on the server, and now we have an MVC where it's split across client and server. So that's interesting to me. Yeah, I don't know how much I want to talk about performance here because we already talked about performance, but this did come up. People were asking about the cost of closures, and this feels very tied in to the discussion we had about like the dot value performance. And I thought it was really interesting because for those who don't know, Matus, he works on like XState. He's been working tirelessly to get the solid XState integration in. It's probably like the craziest solid integration I've ever seen, but it's amazing. And he's like, should I be worried about closures? When are closures okay? And the thing is, it's hard to answer the general terms beyond they're kind of okay, but not for using them, but not using them is probably faster. I love this response. If you get a chance, maybe I should just post this in chat. This is like one of the best performance conversations I've ever had because it's so non-committal, but yeah, maybe this is the real tweet we want. Amdahl's law hits hard when you're looking for hot paths, and all of those little, it doesn't really matter here, pessimizations, I love it, it's the opposite of optimizations, really do add up. It mostly applies to working on mature projects, of course, where the low-hanging fruit are already picked. Looking at hot paths certainly makes sense for first optimizations of a prototype. Like, basically he's saying it's like not even worth trying to optimize for the hot path, and he's talking about like cuts by a million daggers and stuff, so to speak. This just reflects a lot of the conversation we've had about performance on the stream, so I found it really cool. For those of you who didn't know, we've been working on an XState solid integration for months now, and it's crazy because it's gonna have fine-grained XState updates. No other library with, like, right now they all do is like Redux style, like, just swap out the state, kind of like selector poll based kind of stuff. But Solid obviously wants that fine grain, like really leverages it. So Austin, who's working on it with Matusa, and they're going through it, you're gonna have an X state where when you do the state changes, it can trigger just the pieces of state fine grain that update. It's one of the coolest. This, in my opinion, maybe they'll bring stuff like this to Vue in the future or whatever, but it's the coolest XState integration to date from that perspective. It's really, really awesome. Fine-grained XState. Okay. One more React topic. It's so funny because I've been following this issue about use event, and do you know why I've been following this issue about use event? I'll tell you why I've been following this issue about use event. Maybe because I'm too lazy to not follow it, but someone June 22nd decided to tag me and be like, Ryan, could you comment about this one in one of your streams? Which means that every time anyone else got into this crazy discussion, I got notified. And I probably could have just unnotified myself, but it was just funny. I got right in there. Essentially, use event was really exciting for folks in the React client because it finally gave like maybe the opposite to use effect and made it very clear way of like basically getting rid of a lot of the really weirdness you had around referential parity when you're like doing things that you wouldn't expect to cause re-renders. And basically, it caused a bit of contention. First of all, on the naming. React likes to pick naming that is contextual. I like this about them. They don't just go like, they didn't make like use effect and then make it like a bunch of options on it to be like layout effect, immediate effects, slow effect. Like I hate those kind of APIs if I can avoid them. And I know use resources or create resources is one of those kind of APIs to a certain degree. And that's why I've struggled with it so much because there are too many pieces to it still, even to get the base functionality. But use event is a very clean kind of function. And we've only talked on the stream because of Fabio's hilarious joke where he implemented use event in Solid, and it was literally just a function calling itself. But I think it was really compelling for people on the React side, because like it finally were like, oh, this is like the directed way of how to do this thing without doing some crazy stuff. And people were already kind of doing this out in nature or whatever, out in the ecosystem. But like React having a primitive definitely drew the focus. Then I remember getting a notification or whatever that when, and Dan's edited this now, so I can't get back to the original text, but he basically said that like, hey, we realized that we were trying to solve two problems here, and we probably were wrong, because people are going to abuse this thing. Like, we realized as soon as we give them that, they're just going to use it for everything, and it's just going to be like not the way we want them to develop apps. Because basically, use event is kind of like untrack in reactivity or whatever. Like it kind of like, it's just like this super powerful thing. And I mean, I've had conversations in the past where like essentially like Evan Yu, like, let's see if I can find this. Untrack view 3. Let's try GitHub. I don't know if I can find the issue. Or view reactivity. I basically, someone asked for untrack in view 3, and Evan's like, no, you're not getting untrack. Like, they had like an underlying like stop and start, and someone's like, well, can we get a nicer API? And View's like, and Evan's like, no, I don't even want to expose this. He's like, if you want explicit dependencies, like make explicit dependencies. We don't want to use untrack. And I could get the argument there, because untrack is like, just like, screw you, I'm gonna, like, a lot of times you shouldn't be untracking when you think you should. It's easy to abuse it, right? And essentially, oh, interesting. So we can actually see the original. He came in and was just like, you know what? This seems like we're like getting ahead of ourselves. We should figure some stuff out. And he's like, for the optimization side, we're doing the compiler. It's not clear if this optimization described in this RFC would still be impactful when the compiler's there. Like, basically, we wouldn't even need it anymore. And so he's like, for now, we're just going to shelve it and maybe do something a little more scoped down in the future that supersedes it. Actually, why is this text doesn't seem that different? Edited 2 days ago. Can I not get the 3 days ago version? Okay, this is just okay, whatever. I'm not gonna look at whatever. Okay. So he basically said, but like, he basically was, at the time, was just like, hey, we're probably done with this. We'll figure out how to do it a different way. So like, most like, this is why when I saw the tweet from where is it? This tweet, I was just like, what I picked up on was not this. I was like, this is, they're doubling down in public about the compiler. Last time they told us about the compiler, they were like, this is something we're looking into. It might not work. And then in June, they did kind of like a little update on like a kind of side article that I don't think a lot of people paid attention to. And this, they're just like, yeah, don't worry, the compiler is going to take care of it. Like that's quite an evolution on the messaging around the compiler. Of course, like if you go look, you'll find like Theo tweeted, use event is canceled. And then like, you know, hundreds of people are like, what, blah, blah, blah. That was like the best part of React. Solid suddenly looks better. You know, like a whole bunch of tweets, like silly stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I've got to say, like, they've changed the language, and I guess because then being like, no, we're going to like review it in the future when the compiler gets further along. Yeah, probably means they have a compiler for years internally. I don't think for years. I know that they give the impression that they're like way ahead on it. I do believe that last December when they showed the effort, that was pretty current. That was like we've got an idea, we're prototyping it. I'd say the timeline there, I don't think they wouldn't have, the tone of the talk would have been a little bit different if otherwise. but yes, they've been working on it, and not just the one guy. Like I'm sure they have a small team working on it. I mean, it would be interesting to know how React works at Meta these days, because like the core team has kind of, if you notice, there's less of them now, and they didn't really replace themselves. I think there might be like 4 people now on the core team, but they're still churning stuff out super fast, and they have people working in other companies that might be still core team, but they're like not working at Meta. So I've got the impression that they've got like, I mean, I did talk to one Meta engineer who's kind of like a little peripheral, more on like the native side, and talking about like there are second tier, not core teams working on these kind of initiatives, and I wouldn't be surprised if the compiler was one of them. Like I'm sure they have like at least a small team working specifically on the compiler that isn't like Andrew or Dan or Jesse or whatnot, or I think it's Jesse. Anyways, like there is work being done here, and it's clearly real work. So yeah, compiler, which is super interesting, obviously, because like there's multiple things sort of lining up. There's a comment here about how like React is changing what it is, but I think that the writing's on the wall that if you read any of the new beta docs, you know that you're coming up with new ways to explain how reactivity works. But yeah, this is you know, like things are changing, and they're, you know, I mentioned last week that the conversation been getting a little bit spicier more recently. I feel like we're going to see some big announcements coming pretty soon. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, I think that pretty much covers most of what we've been doing this week in JavaScript. A lot of stuff on signals. React is always pushing the boundaries and causing some interesting conversation. Quick had a really good week, and I'm looking forward to what we do next week. Let's catch up on some comments here. Remember, you can use React for CDN. Yeah. We're gonna have the standard JSX. I mean, these things all change. It's one of those funny things, and I think we talked about it previously, where like standard JSX transform isn't even like the standard one that was before. These things keep on changing. Like tools that kind of like lock into like that specific opinionated path aren't going to be able to keep up with innovation. Everyone's going to have their own custom JSX transform at some point, in my opinion. We'll see, but I think so. Yeah, I mean, this is a super interesting zone. I mean, this is why I was looking at the type stuff with Esno and all that. Like, we've kind of all decided that compilers are what we have to do. But even if you decide what compilers have to do, you don't have to get to that zone where you, like, the authoring experience gets too far from it. Like, we use compilers, as Fabio was pointing, mostly for ergonomics, not as much for performance, except for when we do use it for performance, like the hydration stuff that Quick and Marco are doing. But a certain question is, like, could you build an authoring experience closer to what you want the compiler to output, and would that be like nicer because of transparency? It's hard to say. Like, Solid, in a sense, is an example of that, where we write a little bit closer to what the idealized compiler would output. Like, we say these are the things that updates, and they update fine grain. And because of how much closer it is to like how things are going to end up in that idealized model of how those updates work, it's simpler in a sense. Like, it's more transparent. But like, where we're going with Quick and, you know, Marco's hydration to a certain point, we might be getting away from that again, and resumability, because we were like, we need to undo closures, and like, you're undoing a lot of people's code. What if you could write components that didn't have closures? I was talking to someone the other day, and they showed me an idea they had for that, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. Like, I don't know if people would go for it. Like Solid, it's been a long uphill battle to make sure the ergonomics are just right and tweak that. And I mean, Quick has gone through that to a certain degree as well. Like, they've gone through huge actually on the ergonomic side. But there is a question, again, about are we okay with the abstraction, or do we need to get closer to what the final output is? Like, if you could write and author your JavaScript components without closures, like, resumability would be a lot easier, and the mental model would be perhaps a lot easier as well. So, like, I'm not saying I'm gonna just like change the way people author stuff in Solid. I'm just pointing out there that, like, it's not as simple as just like compiler solve my problem, compiler build me an app. That's not a real thing, at least not today. So we need to kind of like consider what the costs are and how they affect us today. Magic should be just sufficiently crockable in the way that always the hand waving. Exactly. I feel like that's something that we do actually really well on with Solid. That's like one of the strengths is that aspect, which is why I think, I talked to Mishko and he's like, well, how do I convince people quick? And I'm like, it's not about performance. The reason that Solid has kind of jumped off isn't just because it looks like React, because Quick looks like React. It's also because we've presented a very simple mental model. And like, it's not, for people who are familiar with React, don't get me wrong, it's like freaking mind warp, but it's more of like, once you get it, it's so consistent and just like it just follows that you're just like, oh, like, of course it does that. And and like, it doesn't do that much heavy compilation. It actually just runs the way that you'd expect it to run. So yeah, I think I do think that, like, this is a difficult line to balance, right? And I've been trying to balance it myself a lot as of late, to kind of get a feel of where we should go, and it's not so cut and dry. I'm still researching it. I'm hoping that we find the right balance. I think we are. Every time I see new improvements that have kind of been going on in this ecosystem, I'm convinced that we are actually like, I see a path forward. Again, I don't know if it's the path forward that everyone's going to like, but I see a path forward. But you know what? I don't have to stream 6 hours today. I think we're actually pretty good on everything. We had a great guest. We had a great conversation. We had a great This Week in JavaScript. Maybe we save some stuff for next week. Next week, our stream, we're actually going to be covering AG Grid, a Solid AG Grid, a big enterprise thing. Obviously, I've been talking about how we've been getting like some really good key integrations, like most of the tan stack stuff. We've been getting like like all these like native platforms, like a lot of really interesting things that I didn't even know about, stuff like Fable and I think ReasonML and like F# compilers, and just like there's just been a lot of expansion on what you can do with Solid, more than I could ever imagine. And I think a lot of the between Solid primitives and these key ecosystem pieces, it's becoming more and more of a compelling story. So yeah, we're gonna take a look at AG Grid next week on stream. So I think it'll be a lot of fun. Anyway, what should we do here? Theo is still running. He had to go interview Ben Awad, though I think that's actually done now. So let's just the 10 of you on Twitch, let's just go raid Theo. I think he's actually on break at the moment, but let's wrap that up for tonight or this afternoon or wherever it is where you are. So thank you all for joining me today, and see you all next week. All right. Just doing the raid.